Chapter 121. They are madmen. Greystone was a valiant half-orc warrior. As one of the few black iron upper warriors in the Rock Cave tribe, he was not only known as a powerful half-beast warrior but also had his own independent squad. He was already 50 years old this year, with immeasurably rich combat experience and countless enemies slain. Even the elves, of which he had successfully hunted quite a few. In his evaluation of the elves, in his words, they were just a bunch of naive, simple, pathetic, and pitiful goods. In his memories, he had participated in pursuits and hunts for the elves more than once. However, being attacked by the elves was a first. Even more unbelievable was that this time, it was the elves initiating the attack on their tribe. This was simply ridiculous. With their numbers and combat power? 1,000 years ago, it might have been different, but now the elves were just a group of toothless tigers, no, rabbits. Rabbits trying to attack a falcon? Greystone thought the elves must have gone mad. Even if they had a black dragon joining them in the attack. Perhaps, the black dragon was coercing the elves? Enslaving them? Forcing them to do this, Greystone even had such thoughts. And the high priest's expression, as if facing a big enemy, also puzzled him. The high priest even forbade them to leave any survivors. These were elves, capturing one, even if it was male, could trade for a wagon of grain. In fact, to prevent panic among the tribe's half-orcs, Jushin had never disclosed the affairs of the elf forest, so even now, the ordinary half-orcs didn't know what was truly happening. Not only that, Jushin didn't dare to tell the warriors that these elves might resurrect. Because facing an enemy that could revive, even the strongest warrior would have a touch of fear. However, as qualified, muscle-brained warriors with limited cognitive capacity, they didn't need to know why, only to follow orders. So, under the order of the high priest, Greystone led his team into the main force, charging towards the elves on the hillside. Closer, even closer. What surprised Greystone was that these elves, upon seeing the half-orcs surging up like a torrent, did not show fear. On the contrary, from afar, he saw the excitement and thrill on the elves' faces. Such expressions, Greystone could not be more familiar with. Every time he finished a hunt, wrestling and competing excitedly with other warriors in the tribe, gambling and drinking, it was the same expression. That was excitement and anticipation immersed in entertainment. This, how could it be? Could it be that he had seen it wrong? Before he could think more, a plethora of brilliant magic spells bombarded them. So many spells. Had the elf clan really produced so many offensive mages? Greystone's pupils contracted suddenly. Elves were natural magical creatures. Even elf warriors had some magic power, capable of learning a trick or two as if they were spells for play. However, as a peace-loving race, elves rarely studied strongly offensive magic. But the magic brilliance that had just risen was all offensive magic. Not only that, but they were also the most explosive among first circle spells. When did the elves become so aggressive? Greystone's expression changed, and he immediately raised his shield. The shield had already been enchanted with defensive divine arts by the Lord Priest, capable of reducing magical damage to some extent. The spells came instantly, and violent explosions and screams immediately surrounded them. In an instant, several half-orc warriors were severely injured and fell to the ground. However, their positions were quickly filled by the half-orcs from behind. Greystone was lucky, only getting a few scratches from a wind blade. He licked the blood on his arm, eyes turning red, and ordered. Spread the formation. The formation was too concentrated, making it too easy for the spells to focus them. And with the order, the front half-orcs immediately transformed into a dispersed lineup, charging at the elves. At the same time, the foremost elf warriors let out a battle cry of Yura, taking a charge posture. Charging from below, they were at a disadvantage. But from top to bottom, it was different. With their robust physique, charging should have been a signature move for the half-orcs. But the terrain greatly reduced their strength. Yet even so, they did not consider the frail elves as a threat. As the two sides clashed, immediate chaos ensued. And just as the battle commenced, Greystone noticed something unusual about these elves. As a long-lived race with low population and low reproduction capacity, elves were always cautious and conservative in battle. But these elves attacked with wide and open swings, wild in style. For a moment, Greystone even suspected they were a group of half-orcs disguised as elves. Although they also paid attention to defense, they preferred offense. Not only that, they fought with wild abandon, as if on steroids, hollering and hacking indiscriminately, tossing various skills recklessly, seemingly not caring about their rapidly depleting magic power and stamina. Even when injured, they did not care. Even with druids from the rear treating them, their injuries worsened rapidly. If there was a word to describe it, it would be madmen. Greystone observed these elves, instinctively exclaiming. These elves were weak and had no experience in prolonged combat whatsoever. They knew nothing about balanced advancing and retreating, only mad aggression, like a group of berserkers. Were these still the elegant elves? This style of fighting might be rapid initially, but quickly they would completely deplete their stamina, becoming targets for slaughter. At this moment, drawing on his rich combat experience, Greystone had already sentenced these elves to death in his mind. This kind of foolish, stamina-draining fighting style, no matter how many of them there were, it was a death sentence. Actually, it wasn't that the players didn't want to adopt a cautious strategy. But as the defending side, there was the teleportation array behind them, leaving no room for retreat. Facing the formidable half-orcs, they had to fight desperately to gain leverage. And due to terrain limitations, the players also had no way to completely open up their formations. However, if the players couldn't spread their formation, then the numerous half-orcs definitely couldn't either. Actually, only a portion of the people were engaged in fighting, with more waiting behind to replace those in front as they fell. Of course, it was precisely because of the players' madness that they surprisingly managed to hold back the half-orcs' advance for a while. Greystone snorted coldly, backhandedly cutting down an enemy elf warrior in the front row, shouting, "Charge! They have few people, they won't last long." But just as he finished giving the order, a surprising scene unfolded. The elf warriors in the front row suddenly made way, and from behind them rushed out dozens of nearly naked elves wearing only shorts. They had fierce and excited expressions, chanting loudly as they charged the half-orcs. What were these guys planning to do? To court death? Looking at these crazy elves, Greystone was utterly bewildered. He drove his blade through an elf rushing at him, cutting them down coldly. However, not all half-orcs had Greystone's ability to easily slay their opponents. Many of the elves, clad only in shorts and sprinting bare, rushed directly to the somewhat weaker half-orcs, grabbing and holding onto them tightly. But since they had no weapons, they were immediately hacked into serious injuries by the furious half-orcs, bleeding profusely. Yet despite this, they still did not loosen their grip, clinging onto the half-orcs with a vice-like hold. Moreover, there was not a hint of pain or fear of death in their expressions, but rather a look of triumphant glee. These guys, have they gone mad? Greystone couldn't believe his eyes, widening them in shock as he looked at the laughing, half-naked elves holding onto the half-orcs, involuntarily shivering. Before he could think further, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Those elves, while coughing up blood, shouted excitedly, "Fire on me! Fire, fire!" Greystone was momentarily stunned. He then saw a brilliant glow of magic rise from behind the elves, transforming into controlling spells that tightly grasped both the unclad elves and the half-orcs. Immediately following was a barrage of fierce offensive magic, accompanied by arrow skills, directly targeting those elves and half-orcs, engulfing them in an instant. In an instant, over 10 elves and half-orc warriors were either torn apart by magic or shot into porcupines. With his mouth agape, Greystone watched in shock at everything unfolding. Mad? They've gone mad. What kind of tactic was this? Suicidal? Trading lives? Had these elves truly lost their minds? Honestly, even though he secretly looked down on the elves' combat strength, Greystone somewhat respected the elves as a former silver race, especially as they were rare long-lived beings. A life of an elf, compared to a life of a half-orc. Never mind how the elves see it, even from his perspective, he would think an elf's life was more precious than a half-orc's. In the black market of slave trading, 10 half-orcs couldn't be traded for 1 elf. But, what had happened to these elves? Had they truly disregarded their lives? Weren't they the ones who valued life and loved peace the most? Just to kill a half-orc? Risking their own lives? What kind of deep-seated grudge or hatred was this? How many of them were left? How many more could they afford to send to their deaths? Were they really out of their minds? Chapter 122. The madness of the elves equally incited the ferocity of the half-beasts. After their initial shock, they did not hesitate any longer, instead fighting the players with bloodshot eyes. However, like Greystone, the other half-beasts also thought that these elves had gone insane. Otherwise, how could the elves entertain the foolish idea of exchanging one life for another? They weren't prolific like humans. Every half-beast was a warrior, and their rock cave tribe's population had already exceeded 5,000. If it were really life for life, even if they went back to the previous era, the elf clan would have to sacrifice a not insignificant tribe. As for these elves in front of them, at most, there were only a few hundred. But what shocked Greystone more and more was that these elves seemed endless. He did not know how many elves he had actually slain. Anyway, by the time he counted to 10, he stopped counting. This number had already surpassed all the elves he'd caught in the past decades combined. However, what was incomprehensible was that no matter how many of these elves were killed, their numbers seemed unchanged. Everywhere he looked, it seemed like there were still as many. Not only that, but every so often, a batch of unequipped elves charged out, howling and taking the half-beasts down with them. One could say that after all this time, 90% of the half-beasts died frustratingly this way. Aren't these elves ever going to stop coming? Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Greystone, who initially felt certain of victory, suddenly experienced a strange hesitation. What confused him even further was that whenever these elves died, regardless of how their bodies were mutilated, they would turn to nothingness shortly after. For a moment, Greystone even thought he was hallucinating. Were these elves all magical illusions? But the sensation of his curved blade cutting through elf flesh and shattering bone was unmistakably clear, and the blood that sprayed on his face was so hot. Everything told Greystone that his enemies were certainly no illusion. But what on earth was going on with these elves? Greystone grew increasingly agitated as he fought. All the half-orc warriors who followed him had already been replaced once. Those who rushed in first had all fallen under the elves' suicidal attacks. And this only made Greystone angrier. But along with his anger, his heart grew even more suspicious. Because it wasn't just the elves whose bodies disappeared, even the half-orcs aged rapidly the moment they were slain, turning to ash. Although they disappeared differently from the elves, in the end, apart from some dust and blood stains, not a single corpse remained on the battlefield, leaving only the half-orcs' equipment behind. Greystone suddenly understood why the high priest was so cautious. These elves, they were strange. Not normal. Absolutely not normal. At this point, the voice of the giant mountain priest echoed from afar. Rush in. Destroy their teleportation array. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill them all. Teleportation array. Greystone was enlightened, finally understanding why these elves couldn't be vanquished. It turned out that they were constantly teleporting in reinforcements. But then, he felt even more puzzled. Where exactly was this teleportation array connected to that there could be so many elves? Had they gathered all the elves of the entire continent? Why did their bodies disappear, and why did their kinsmen's bodies disappear too? At this moment, he suddenly saw another dozen or so elves emerge without equipment. When he saw the leader, Greystone's pupils narrowed slightly. This is impossible! He cried out. He recognized it clearly, it was an elf he had once killed. Not only that, this guy was a slippery one, and Greystone had spent considerable effort killing him back then. He vividly remembered slicing the elf in half with a single blow, the warm entrails spilling everywhere. Greystone could identify him again not only because he was slippery, but also because this red-haired fellow made a grimace and mocked him just before dying. Moreover, as he was dying, this guy disdainfully dragged his upper body to flip him the middle finger. Greystone didn't know what the middle finger meant, but the elfish mockery was carved into his heart. They were dying, yet they still taunted him, how hateful. But what horrified Greystone was that now, he saw this supposedly dead elf again. Alive, bouncing, without even a scar. Father God above! What on earth was happening? Wasn't he already dead just now? Could they be immortal monsters? Wait a minute. If this group of elves wouldn't die, then what did the half-beasts battle mean? Seeing Greystone's vacant gaze gradually turn to terror, Demasha chuckled. Haha, surprised? It's still me. However, he did not charge at Greystone but instead looked up and shouted. There's a tough black iron upper opponent here, requesting support. Fighting while distracted during battle? Seeing the enemy act this way, Greystone got furious. Whether you're an elf or a monster, a devil or a demon, you must die. He roared and struck at Demasha once more. If once wasn't enough to kill you, Then I'll just kill you again. However, just as his curved blade was about to fall, a small figure suddenly dashed over. Greystone only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, then a tightening in his chest. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to find that his hands had been severed. Moreover, a knife had been thrust into his chest, blood splattering. Greystone could clearly feel his life force slipping away. It was only then that he saw clearly who attacked him. It was a thin elf youth with silver hair and blue eyes, a determined and cold expression on his youthful face. He merely gave Greystone a cold glance before slipping back into the other battlefields. Silver. Silver. In an instant, Greystone understood. There was a swordsman of silver strength hidden among these elves. The elves were even concealing their strength. When did they become so cunning? Greystone opened his mouth, wanting to shout out his discovery. But it was too late. Seeing the incapacitated Greystone, Dimash's eyes gleamed. He promptly picked up the curved blade Greystone had dropped and chopped his head off. In an instant, all Greystone felt was the world spinning. Faintly, he heard an excited shout. Haha! A head! A black iron upper! I've scored big! Afterwards, he knew nothing. Greystone was not the first. Gradually, more and more half-orcs discovered the player's undead nature. This fact finally stirred panic among the half-orcs. They aren't elves. They're monsters. They must be monsters. We can't kill them. We can't kill them. Devils. They must be devils. Emotions were contagious. With the panic in the front-line half-beasts, the formation began to fall into disarray. NL, who intermittently sought out tough targets and took them down, became the last weight tipping the scales. The half-beasts finally began their rout. Don't panic. Don't retreat. Don't panic. Don't retreat. Seeing the half-beasts in retreat, the giant mountain priest hurriedly shouted. However, it was of no use. Nothing was like a defeated army rolling downhill. Driven by fear of the unknown, the half-beasts abandoned their gear and fled, not heeding commands. Seeing the half-beasts in full retreat, the players were exhilarated. They shouted, "Hooray! Charge! Snatch the heads!" and began chasing down the half-beasts. In the pursuit, the half-beasts left behind another dozen or so bodies as they retreated from the hill. Seeing the half-beasts fall back to their tribe, the players ceased their chase. The opponents were numerous, and if the players pursued further, it would not be a hunt but a death wish. The Black Hill had already been stained a dark red by blood. This charge cost over 200 half-beasts their lives. The players also suffered heavy casualties. Overall, they had still lost in terms of contribution points. Because, even with their overwhelming advantage and L's assistance, it took an average of 3 players to take down one half-beast. However, this did not dampen their spirits. Because, besides the slain half-beasts, there was still a pile of gear left behind. It was the half-beasts. If they added the value of the gear to their contribution points, the players would profit again. They stopped, joyfully scavenging the loot, like a swarm of locusts. Below the hill, the half-orc giant mountain witnessed everything in silence. Chapter 123. High Priest. They are monsters. They won't die. High Priest, I saw it with my own eyes, the elf I killed appeared once again. Devils. They must be devils. Lord Jushin, what exactly are they, you must know. The half-beasts who retreated surrounded Jushin in panic. Jushin was silent for a moment, then sighed. I fear they have obtained the power given by the Death God, allowing them to resurrect. Death God. The half-beasts murmured, each looking terrified. Isn't that living undead? Seeing the half-orc warriors who had completely lost their will to fight, Jushin comforted them. Don't worry, even the Death God cannot resurrect the living without limits. Their resurrection surely comes at a cost, as long as we continue to charge, they won't hold out for long. But this time, the half-orcs fell silent. After a moment, one person said bitterly. Are you asking our kin to fill it with lives? Jushin glanced at the magic hounds increasingly at a disadvantage against the black dragon, a complex expression flashed across his face. But soon, he adjusted his mindset and angrily rebuked. If you want to be caught between them and the black dragon, then abandon the attack. The divine favored one's demon beast won't hold out much longer. If the black dragon gets free, what awaits us will be slaughter. We must destroy the elves' teleportation array before the black dragon gets free to eliminate one more enemy. Even if it's just the black dragon, we could still pour all our tribe's strength into the fight, but adding the elves, and the divine favored that may be lurking behind. Facing attacks from both sides, the rock cave tribe might fall. Don't think about running away. The Father God has already decreed that we help the divine favored with our entire tribe. As long as the divine favored does not leave, neither can we retreat. Upon hearing Jushin's words, the half-orcs began to stir. After a while, someone asked, "High Priest, what exactly does the divine favored intend to do? Isn't he a high-level professional? Why doesn't he deal with the black dragon?" Jushin took a deep breath, his expression becoming extremely devout. Now, the divine favored is summoning the divine envoy and cannot leave. If he succeeds, we will completely overturn the tide of battle. So it was the divine envoy. In an instant, all the half-orcs felt their morale revived. Every half-orc knew how strong a divine envoy's power was. Historically, the half-orcs had indeed encountered formidable enemies. But whenever they did, once they summoned a divine envoy, the tide of battle would inevitably be turned. Seeing the reinvigorated half-orc warriors, Jushin sighed in relief. He continued. Therefore, we cannot let them destroy our plans. We must do our utmost to destroy the elves' teleportation array. Even if we can't destroy it, we must keep them at bay, at least make it look like we're fighting to the death, and delay, until the divine envoy is successfully summoned. Now, we change our strategy, divide the archery-skilled warriors into two teams, one stays in the tribe to assist the divine favored one's demon beast against the black dragon, the other focuses on shooting those naked elves, while the rest of the warriors continue the attack. But this time, focus on stalling for time. Jushin too decided to change tactics. He realized that his people no longer had the courage to continue a death struggle with the elves. He could also understand that facing an unkillable enemy, even knowing their resurrection likely had limits, the fear in their hearts couldn't be erased. This was fundamentally unfair combat. Since that was the case, then stall for time. Both hold up the elves and hold up the dragon until the Earl finishes the summoning. And hearing Jushin's words, the half-orcs had to organize another attack. But this time, they were much more cautious. Their goal was no longer to defeat the elves but to harass them, keeping them trapped on the mountain unable to come down and unable to focus on anything else. This time, it was the players' turn to suffer. The half-orcs were inherently much stronger than the players, and if they changed tactics and did not engage the players head-on, the sacrificial strategy the players had used before would not work. The scattered half-orcs surrounded the players without attacking, retreating, and shooting arrows when they saw unarmored players emerge. After exhausting the suicide squads, they'd charge back in and continue to harass the players. As a result, casualties on both sides began to drop rapidly, but the battle became deadlocked. This was not what the players wanted to see. They still wanted to earn experience and contribution points. With this style of play, they couldn't kill a single half-orc for ages, actually losing a lot of contribution points instead. Why are they not charging anymore? Watching the suddenly conservative half-orcs, Gugu Bird furrowed her brow. Li Mu's eyes glinted slightly. They probably have realized we can resurrect. What do we do then? We can't just keep dragging this out, can we? Once again resurrected, Demacia said impatiently. Every head meant experience and contribution points. Dragging it out like this doesn't benefit them either, does it? I think Meryl already has the upper hand. Little Xian Miao looked at the distant battle with the magic hound, no, more accurately, the black dragon teasing the magic hound, and said with a twitch of her lips. The magic hound was obviously already showing signs of fatigue. But it seemed, the little black dragon was addicted to it and wouldn't kill it before it had enough fun. Teasing prey was a black dragon's instinct. Little Xian Miao had yelled several times in the distance at Meryl, yet it hadn't ended the fight quickly. They're stalling for time, likely trying to summon the divine envoy mentioned in the intelligence. We can't let them succeed. Li Mu pondered for a moment, then said gravely. After hearing his words, natural saintess Alice hesitated to speak. Regarding this, she actually received a divine message from Eve when she set out, essentially saying not to worry about the other side summoning a divine envoy. However, Eve also advised her not to interfere too much with the players' decisions. The Mother Goddess seemed very interested in the divine envoy, she appeared confident. Moreover, the Mother Goddess said she wanted to see how much the Chosen Ones had grown, so I'd better keep quiet. Alice thought to herself and shut her mouth. Eve indeed had a keen interest in the divine envoy. More precisely, she was interested in the power on the divine envoy. How strong was a demigod-level totem guardian? Asterisk already at demigod level, they must have some control of divine power, right? They must have a hefty amount of divine power points, no, asterisk. Eve truly wanted to witness it firsthand. With a non-existent new divine armor equipped, she could relax without exposing her true form a bit. However, the players were unaware of these matters. All they wanted now was to reignite the half-orcs' fighting spirit and have a proper showdown with them. These were experience points and contribution points. And, loot. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu turned to Gugu Bird and asked. Gugu Bird, how is the preparation on the camp's side? Are the things ready? Gugu Bird opened the chat system, communicated for a moment, and said. We've made 4 of them. Li Mu's eyes lit up. 4? Perfect, have them teleport over. Since the half-orcs are not motivated to attack us, let's give them some motivation. It's time to show our secret weapon. Chapter 124. Secret weapon? Listening to the conversation between Li Mu and Gugu Bird, natural Saintess Alice felt a bit puzzled. What had they come up with? She was aware that hundreds of lower-level chosen ones hadn't taken any missions but were busy with something in Elf Town. However, she soon found out what the chosen ones were talking about. The teleportation array burst into light once again, and 4 or 5 players surrounded a giant as it was transported here. It was a large wooden machine, folded in form. After the first giant was transported, the players one by one brought over 3 more identical machines. What is this thing? Alice was slightly stunned. This is our secret siege weapon. Gugu Bird answered while directing the players to start assembling. In no time, 4 huge machines appeared on the hilltop. They were upright, sharp-angled machines, with the characters Eastwind written humorously on the side in Chinese. The main body of the machine consisted of 2 pillars with a fixed horizontal axis. On top were a wooden capstan and pulleys. On the axis, there was a lever perpendicular to the axis, free to rotate around it. One end of the lever was inserted into a tightly twisted horizontal rope, the other end was a large wooden basket. This looks like a catapult from the human world. Alice's voice sounded peculiar. She was not unfamiliar with catapults. The human society in the Segis world was somewhat akin to the late medieval Earth. Although there were magical crystal cannons and other magical weapons, catapults, which could be made with locally sourced materials and were easy to produce, were also common siege devices. And as a magical world, the catapults in the Segis world would typically be used in conjunction with magic. However, speaking of which, Alice didn't have a good impression of humans, nor did she have a favorable view of these war devices they created. But even so, she had to admit that some human creations were quite practical. Especially when the elves started waging war. What surprised Alice was that the chosen ones could even make catapults. Of course, the players could make them. Catapults were not incredibly technical, they were based on the principle of levers, with plenty of how-to guides available online. The difficult part was making them large and with a long range, but a few players in the Meng Meng committee who studied engineering mechanics were not just loafing around. Once they learned they were going to attack the half-beast stronghold, the players began preparing in various ways. They originally thought it would be a straightforward siege, so some players suggested getting some big machines ready. Initially, they intended to make cannons. But the ideal was full, while the reality was bare. Even with magical assistance, the players found that with their current equipment and resources, they couldn't produce hot weapons, so they opted for the relatively simpler catapults. Although it turned out that the half-beasts didn't yet have the capability to build fortresses, the players' preparations weren't entirely useless. And now, they came in handy. Seeing the finished catapults, Dimasia's eyes widened. Holy crap! Gugu sis, your guild is really awesome. You actually made them. It's just a simple application of mechanics. Unfortunately, materials are scarce, so these can only throw about 500 meters at most. Fortunately, we have the high ground and magic to assist. Gugu Bird said a little regretfully. Dimasia. 500 meters was already far enough, okay. It was worth noting that the average range of heavy catapults in Blue Star's Middle Ages was only around 300 meters. Straight A students are monsters. And looking at the catapults, Li Mu's lips curved slightly. Did the half-beasts not want to fight to the death? Then let's use Eastwind Express to destroy their lair. He. The players exchanged understanding smiles. Alice's mouth twitched slightly. Asterisk these chosen ones. They looked more and more like humans, asterisk. After setting up the catapults, the players placed heavy objects into the wooden basket, brought bags of crushed stones, and put them into the lubricated hang bags on the other end of the levers. Anyone here knows any fire attachment magic? Preferably with a delayed explosion attribute. It doesn't have to delay too long, just a few seconds will do. Li Mu asked again. Me. I learned a fire magic spell before. It's the kind that can attach to objects for a short time. Delayed detonation isn't a problem. Its power is absolutely immense. Teehee. I'll put Dimasha's house on the line. Little Xian Miao eagerly stepped forward while rubbing a fireball in her hands. Dimasha. Rock Cave Tribe. After changing their tactics, the half-beasts' losses significantly decreased, and the elves were trapped on the hilltop. Although the Silver Knight still posed a significant threat among the elves, the half-beasts, having been vigilant and taking countermeasures, prevented him from doing as he pleased like before. El was not like the players, he was still essentially an 80-year-old child, unable to resurrect, and his stamina was limited. This allowed Jushin to breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at the demon hounds struggling with the half-beast archer's support, feeling much more at ease. The count should be almost ready, right? Just when he was feeling somewhat reassured, Jushin suddenly heard an exclamation from the half-beasts. Instinctively, he turned around and was shocked to discover 4 flaming meteors flying toward the hill. The meteors traced an arc directly toward the Rock Cave Tribe. Chapter 125. Quick, get out of the way! Jushin hurriedly shouted to the half-beasts in the tribe. However, before the meteors hit the ground, they suddenly exploded in mid-air. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the meteors shattered into pieces. Large and small fragments, mixed with flames, scattered in all directions like a splendid firestorm. The houses of the Rock Cave Tribe were made of stone and straw, the tents from animal hides, all highly flammable materials. It hadn't rained near the dark mountain range for several days, and the weather was dry and arid. The fragments, wrapped in grease and flames, instantly ignited the affected houses. Seeing this scene, the half-beast Jushin's face turned green. Quickly, put out the fire! Put out the fire! Yet, before the half-beasts could extinguish the fire, 4 more meteors came flying in. Boom! Another cluster of houses was swallowed by the sea of fire. Not only this, but a meteor exploded right near the main tent, nearly destroying it. Witnessing this, Jushin was almost scared out of his mind. The Night Wanderer was in the main tent perfecting the altar to summon the divine envoy. It's the elves. It's those elves. They've brought catapults. At this moment, a sharp-eyed half-beast shouted. "Ca, catapults!" Jushin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Weren't those human equipment? How did the elves manage to make them? This needed to be mentioned. The elf clan was very proud, and they were even prouder of their rich kingdom. Even though they had declined, the pride of the elf clan never waned. In their view, humans and half-beasts were short-lived savages. They believed the only things these beings could create were simple, inferior products or some flashy but useless things. In fact, there was some truth to this belief. During the peak of elf civilization, other intelligent races were indeed still in an undeveloped and barbaric state, and the magical equipment of the elf clan had always been known for its exquisite beauty and magical effectiveness. Elf products were all the rage worldwide. Of course, elf items were almost never used for warfare. And in fact, many civilizations' growth benefited from studying the elf clan, or they had received help from the elf clan. So, it's natural for the elf clan to feel proud. Their view of other races was very similar to Tian Chao's attitude towards the West a few hundred years ago on Blue Star. And this was a widely known fact on Sedge's continent. The elf clan using human catapults was unprecedented. Watching the tribe slowly engulfed in flames, Jushin's eyes reddened. No. They couldn't let this continue. These elves were as cunning and cruel as humans. If this went on, even if they won in the end, the Rock Cave tribe would be reduced to ruins. These were their accumulations from centuries. Not to mention, the catapults posed a huge threat to the altar in the main tent and the tribe's people. Charge! Charge! Destroy their catapults! Jushin, with reddened eyes, commanded. This time, the half-beasts no longer hesitated. The explosions had already caused casualties in the half-beast tribe. The priest's protective spells couldn't be cast on everyone, and these aerial explosions were enough to threaten those ordinary half-beasts in the tribe. And the catapults were still continuously operating. If this continued, the entire rock cave tribe really would turn into a sea of flames. Damnable elves! Despicable! Truly too despicable! The half-beasts ground their teeth, eyes red, once again initiating a charge against the players. And seeing the half-beasts thoroughly enraged, the players on the hillside cheered in unison. That's more like it! They too drew their weapons, and clashed with the charging half-beasts once more. The melee reopened. Swords clashed and dazzling magic exploded everywhere, screams and shouts echoed, and occasionally someone fell, but was quickly replaced by someone from behind. Even amidst the chaos, the players didn't rest, continuing to hurl fireballs into the half-beast tribe with the catapults. Even more egregiously, someone transported their bioweapons from the teleportation array barrels and barrels of the players' excrement. Elf Kingdom was too real, eating, drinking, and expelling were included, and when player numbers increased, public toilets naturally sprung up in the town, so collecting some bioweapons wasn't difficult. They packed them in bags, attaching explosive delay spells, and catapulted them into the half-beast's tribe, disgusting the enemy. Actually, in Blue Star's history, many medieval armies did the same in war, to lower morale. And surprisingly, it worked quite well. The bioweapons exploded, and many affected half-beasts were drenched head to toe. But unlike humans, facing such humiliation, the half-beasts, not known for their intellect and with generally more irritable tempers, only grew more enraged. Bastards! You damned, shameless long ears! Kill you all! I will kill you all! The half-beasts became more frenzied. Wow! This is interesting! Let me try! Let me try! Seeing the new use of the catapults, Demasha was thrilled. He gave up on suicide and eagerly went before the catapult, starting to play with excrement. Li Mu. Koaku bird. Little Xian Miao. Amidst the brawl, the casualties of the half-beasts kept mounting. Yet, they still couldn't break through the players' defenses. Moreover, those half-beasts who held out the longest began to gradually and fearfully notice that the elves' strength seemed to be slowly increasing. It's as if they're getting stronger and stronger! They exclaimed in terror. This shocking revelation was like a bucket of cold water, cooling the heads of the heated half-beasts. The message spread among the half-beasts, and gradually, they plunged into chaos once more. And as they watched the steadily accumulating experience points and contributions, along with the pile of equipment accumulating in the back, the players grew more invigorated. Those at the front lines, quite a few had already leveled up. The scavenged gear had already piled into a small mountain. Charge! Yura! The players, excited and shouting, launched an attack against the half-beasts, who once again showed signs of retreat. It's chaotic. Utter chaos. Is the Night Wanderer's summoning still not complete? Watching the collapsing formations and the chaotic tribe, Jushin grew extremely anxious. And at that moment, a heart-palpitating wave of energy suddenly emanated from the central tent of the rock cave tribe. Accompanied by a silver glow, a massive array abruptly formed in midair. The array was inscribed with profound and sacred patterns, the runes belonging to the true god. A holy song, akin to a battle cry, slowly rose, and a large golden hand suddenly extended from the array. Seeing this, Jushin was initially stunned. But when he recognized the patterns on the array, his anxious expression instantly transformed to awe and joy. This! It's the summoning array! It's the Divine Envoy! Divine Envoy! Upon hearing the High Priest's exclamation, the half-beasts first erupted in commotion, then quickly fell into a frenzy of joy. The Divine Envoy! The Divine Envoy has descended! The Divine Favored has succeeded! Amid the crowd's cheers, the silver light grew more dazzling. A vast, rugged, yet slightly dignified and holy aura, accompanied by the golden giant hand's appearance, spread, instilling awe in all the half-beasts. But, just as the golden hand stretched halfway, an unidentified package suddenly flew into the sky. It traced a beautiful arc, landing squarely in the array's range. Humph! A majestic snort echoed through the air. The golden hand caught the falling package and squeezed it hard. Splat! The unidentified object from the hillside shattered into pieces, its black and yellow fluids drenching the mystic figure halfway emerging from the teleportation array. The pungent smell gradually spread. The air descended into an eerie silence. On the hillside, Dimash's mouth hung open in astonishment, subconsciously loosening his grip on the catapult. Chapter 126. The golden hand momentarily paused, as if the mysterious force was bewildered. Then, everyone saw the arm slowly retract, followed by a sound that seemed to be sniffing. Hearing this sound, the hearts of all the players couldn't help but skip a beat. It felt familiar. Soon, a world-destroying energy burst out from the array, accompanied by an extremely angry roar. Bastard! Who is it? The golden hands reached out from the array again. This time, the speed was rapid, and in an instant, the entire body was completely transmitted over. And everyone could clearly see the appearance of the mysterious entity summoned. It was a giant nearly 10 meters tall, with a strong physique. He wore a helmet that resembled a ram's skull, donned in a shimmering robe of gold and silver beast skin, gripping a silver battle axe encircled by frost in one hand, with a cloak made of grey bird feathers on his back. His face was painted with totem-like patterns, looking both mysterious and majestic. The Totem Guardian Demigod Walker. He was one of the 3 demigod-level divine envoys under the god of winter and hunting, Uller, his status second only to that of the true god. But at this moment, Totem Guardian Walker was utterly enraged. Defiled. As a dignified demigod-level entity, he had been defiled by the impurity of the mundane world the moment he was summoned. Damn it! Which audacious fool dared do this to him? This was simply a desecration of a demigod. They must pay the price. The other side must pay the price. At this moment, Walker even felt that the task given by the true god could be postponed a bit. He had to first drag out this mocking fool, tear their body to pieces, then extract the soul and purify it into the purest energy to feed his hunting dogs. Walker's furious expression looked quite terrifying, and demigod-level energy continuously gathered behind him, changing the color of the entire world. The energy level of the Segis continent hadn't yet recovered, and as it appeared currently, the strongest force it could support was demigod level. What's more, it could barely support even that. In his fury, the space around Walker seemed to become disordered as it couldn't bear the violent energy, even stirring up a massive vortex in the clouds above, creating a spectacular sight. All the mages and priests could feel the elemental energy in the air starting to become restless, their control over magic power subtly interrupted. Meanwhile, a chilling pressure radiated from Walker's center. Unlike Uller's avatar earlier, this time, Walker had descended in person. He could fully unleash his true pressure. And this terrifying power nearly rendered all nearby half-beasts unable to move, trembling incessantly. Had it not been for the players being farther away, they might have already lost control over their bodies. Still, even so, they felt a dread from within, their bodily functions seeming to slow significantly. Both sides instinctively stopped fighting and began to slowly retreat. When higher-tier forces descended, the course of the war was no longer something the weak could change. And in the sky, Black Dragon Meryl, who was tangled with the demonic hounds, widened its dragon eyes in an instant. Seeing the dazzling brilliance on Totem Guardian Walker, it couldn't help but exclaim. Demigod! Meryl swatted the demonic dog away with a claw, then turned and ran with its tail tucked between its legs. Its small wings flapped rapidly, just like when it had bumped into Eve before. Lord Divine Favored! That's the enemy's Black Dragon! Seeing the Black Dragon trying to escape, Jushin hurriedly shouted. Dragons hold grudges. The Rock Cave tribe had already offended Meryl, so they must not let it go. Upon hearing the half-beast's voice, Meryl's dragon face turned green. Bastards! Meryl will eat you all sooner or later. Meryl cursed, flapping away faster with a snort. Humph! Walker coldly glanced at it, then waved his hand lightly. A silver beam shot from his hand, transforming into a rope, aiming at Meryl. The Divine Lock. This was an essential skill for all who wielded divine power. The Divine Lock swiftly wrapped the little black dragon tightly. Just like when Eve had done it before. Meryl. It instantly lost its ability to fly, crashing into the ground and once again burying its head in the dirt. Why do all of you use this trick? You've truly angered Meryl. Truly angered Meryl. It whimpered pitifully while struggling in the dirt pit. Players. Whoa. Killed the black dragon instantly? What kind of monster is this? It seems even more powerful than that blockhead avatar we took down together before. Could he be the divine envoy the Holy Daughter mentioned? Looking at the enraged Walker, Dima widened his eyes. We probably can't beat this boss, right? Maybe we should retreat first? We've already gained a lot, time for a temporary withdrawal, no, a strategic withdrawal. His voice sounded somewhat timid. However, to Dima's surprise, no one responded to him. He looked around, noticing that everyone had distanced themselves from him by at least 20 meters. Dima. Who was it just now? Having captured the black dragon, Walker's deep voice rang out again. Everyone could hear the suppressed rage underneath his words. He was like a volcano about to erupt, incredibly terrifying. Guardian sir. It was the elves. Those elves on the hill did it. They used a catapult. Seeing the enraged totem guardian, Jushin felt reassured and excitedly shouted again, pointing at the hill in the distance. Elves? A catapult? Walker's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Then his gaze swept towards where the players were gathered. Seeing the big boss's gaze, all the players swiftly moved even further away from Dima. Many players had already picked up the gear on the ground and begun discreetly moving towards the teleportation array, ready to make a tactful retreat. In an instant, Walker clearly saw Dima standing near the catapult, holding a stick dripping with an unknown liquid, next to a barrel exuding a strange odor. Dima. He quickly tossed away the stirring stick, coughed twice. Ahem, well. I have something to do, I'll log off first. After speaking, he turned and bolted towards the teleportation array. Humph. Walker snorted coldly again, gently waved his hand, and another silver divine lock shot out. The target, aimed directly at Dima. The divine lock was incredibly fast, and in the astonished gaze of all the players, it effortlessly bound Dima. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Dima was pulled back by the divine lock. But just as Walker was about to capture him, another crisp and cold snort echoed through the air. Another golden divine lock shot towards Walker. Chapter 127. The speed of the golden divine lock was incredibly fast, interrupting demigod Walker's actions in an instant. His expression became slightly serious as he hurriedly released the divine lock binding Dima, turning instead to confront the sudden assault. The two chains of divine power collided with each other, causing a violent energy explosion. With a thunderous boom, all the players felt as if they had gone deaf momentarily, and the entire earth trembled slightly. And when they looked at demigod Walker again, they found that there was now a massive crater with almost 100-meter radius on the ground before him. The houses and half-beasts that had been there were already reduced to flying ashes. Whoa! That's a bit too strong, isn't it? Watching the aftermath of the explosion, the players stared blankly, subconsciously swallowing. It was only at this moment that they truly realized how vast the power gap between a demigod and mortals was. The massive crater just now was merely the aftermath of a demigod-level power clash. Demigod Walker didn't seem surprised by the sudden attack and the appearance of the strange divine lock. He let out a cold chuckle, and a deep, ancient voice echoed in the air, haha, true God's speculation was indeed correct, there really is a new deity undergoing divine enthronement. This divine power has the breath of nature and life. As expected, you have stolen the power that rightfully belonged to His Majesty. A new deity undergoing divine enthronement? Listening to demigod Walker, the half-beasts were momentarily stunned before quickly becoming shaken. A new true god has emerged in the elf forest. Could it be, the newborn true god has subdued the elves? It must be, otherwise, how do we explain their transformation? Those long ears would actually change their faith. Wait. Could it be the world tree? Impossible, if it were the world tree, Father God would have descended with the majesties long ago. The half-beasts discussed wildly, quickly ruling out the correct answer. One can't blame them, news of the world tree's fall was well known, and unlike faith true gods who rely entirely on faith for their existence, ancient gods, even if they have believers, depend on their physical forms for life essence. The fall of an ancient god meant the death of their physical form, making it almost impossible for them to resurrect the way faith true gods could through the belief of their followers. Additionally, there was no reaction from the true gods opposed to the world tree. So, one misstep led to further missteps. However, it could be foreseen that even if the probability was minuscule, with Eve's actions, suspicion of the world tree's revival was only a matter of time. But even so, Eve still decided to appear in disguise. After all, time was not on her side. 20 years might seem long, but for a true god with slow power growth, it was merely a blink. She had to seize every opportunity to strengthen herself. By the time the truth was revealed, she needed to at least have the power to fight back against her enemies. Upon hearing the half-beast's discussion, the players were also left bewildered. A newborn true god? The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noello. When did a newborn true god appear in the elf forest? Wasn't there only the goddess? And just now, that clear cold snort, everyone could tell, it was identical to the voice of the goddess they heard when creating their characters. With the foreshadowing of natural Saintess Alice, the players already knew Eve's identity had to be kept secret. Once the news of the World Tree's revival was exposed, it could lead to an attack from the gods. And considering the nature of this game, if it happened, the storyline would certainly collapse. And once the storyline collapsed, it would be over. Elf Kingdom had narrative and historical lines involving player participation. The officials had long announced a message: to enhance players' sense of involvement and authenticity, Elf Kingdom would not reset the game. If players failed miserably, causing the entire storyline to collapse, Elf Kingdom would announce a closure of files and server shutdown. This message also caused a huge stir in the Blue Star Network gaming community. Many netizens felt the officials of Elf Kingdom must have lost their minds to say such a thing. If someone deliberately sabotaged it, wouldn't Elf Kingdom be doomed? But the beta players didn't think so. Not to mention how much control the officials had over the game. After learning about this, although they were reluctant to admit it, they did indeed play more cautiously, which gave it a more authentic and thrilling feel. Collapsing the storyline wasn't what the players wanted to see. They had spent so much time managing Elf Town so well, grinding tasks every day, and finally reaching Black Iron level. Everyone had already fallen in love with this game. A sense of recognition and achievement was inherently a pleasant thing. And these two joys intertwined, bringing the players even more happiness. No one wanted to lose this game. If anyone dared to mess around, they would probably be berated by the players before Eve even had to act. But, what did the stranger's words mean? Confused, the players wanted to speak, but then they were shocked to find they had lost the ability to talk. None of the players could speak. Thankfully, the chat feature on the game's system still worked, and the group started a lively discussion on the World channel. Wait, why can't I talk? Can any of you? I can't either, it seems to be a system restriction. Plot animation, we must have entered a plot animation. I heard that when Dima and others visited the goddess, they also lost control of their bodies. I see. The players were suddenly enlightened and then excited. But, what's this new divine enthronement about? Isn't the goddess the World Tree? Hey, don't you forget? The Holy Daughter mentioned before that the goddess seemed to be misleading enemies to hide her identity. This must be her misdirection. Remember how we were mistaken for the undead before? So that's it. How come the goddess's image suddenly changed? I always thought the goddess in this game was lofty and aboveboard, but I didn't expect she'd have a sneaky development strategy. Ha ha ha, the goddess is also an NPC, not just an abstract symbol. In this game, any NPC definitely has their own emotions. Now that you mention it, suddenly, the goddess feels much closer. Next time I make offerings and pray, I'll see if I can flatter her. What if I get chosen as a divine favored too? Pfft, you're a real talent. Record it. Record it. The goddess is definitely going to make a battle appearance next. With joy, the players turned on their recording functions. At the same time, divine favored Ale radiated a dazzling holy light. He devoutly knelt down in prayer, and as his prayer continued, a grand divine presence suddenly descended to the scene. Under demigod Walker's solemn gaze, gentle divine power constantly gathered and quickly formed a ethereal, sacred figure. It seemed to be a goddess, enveloped in the radiance of divine power. Holy light veiled her true face, but it revealed the surging sense of her divine power. The appearance of a true god could change at will, but the aura of divine power was not easy to disguise. Especially for a deity of faith. In an instant, demigod Walker recognized it. That aura bore life and nature. However, he also noted that the opponent's aura seemed unstable, mixed with a hint of death divine power. Demigod Walker's eyes sparkled slightly. It was exactly as the true god speculated, this was a true god who relied on the assistance of the death god to pilfer life and nature. What's more, her condition was not good, she couldn't even control her divine power well. No wonder she was hiding so much, with such a true god, her power probably couldn't even compare to a veteran demigod. This was an opportunity. His back straightened immediately. Chapter 128. The power of a demigod was indeed formidable. In the moment Eve saw demigod Walker, she judged that her avatar was not his match. After all, the avatar she currently condensed relied on the death god's soul storage orb as its core, cleverly gathered, and could only maintain demigod-level combat power for a limited time. And although she was a true god, it was indeed as Walker had speculated, her control over divine power was not smooth. Of course, a true god was still a true god. Even if she was not a match, it did not mean Eve's avatar would be instantly defeated by the opponent. Not to mention, this was just her avatar. Walker also sensed the general strength of Eve's avatar. The difference was, he had already regarded Eve's avatar as Eve's true form. This wasn't his fault. Because Eve's avatar was not a conventional true god avatar. The process of a true god of faith entering a divine throne was a process of shedding a mortal body and condensing a divine body. Unlike the old gods who had a substantial true god body, the true god of faith's true form was an energy-like body, with the core being a godhead. Generally speaking, the avatar condensed by a true god of faith would also be in energy form. But the avatar Eve cleverly condensed was different. This was because she used Hela's soul storage orb as the core and a suitable elven body as the physical form to condense it. In other words, the feeling she gave demigod Walker was like a fortunate elf who had acquired the godhead of nature and life. Although she had ascended to godhood, she had not completely shed her mortal form due to the energy level of Sege's continent, displaying an illusion of an incomplete state between energy and physical form. This was the real reason Eve, despite already having divine power exceeding 100, did not choose to expend divine power to condense a divine power avatar but continued to use the soul storage orb. The intention was to make other strong beings think her avatar was her true form. To feign weakness to the enemy. And after Eve appeared, the players widened their eyes and began to appreciate the long-missed cutscene. Only to their disappointment, this time the goddess didn't release effects like heavenly damsel scattering flowers or all things bowing. Though under the embrace of holy light, the goddess still appeared radiant and magnificent, making one feel inferior. But compared to the last two flashy appearances, something felt a bit lacking. To demigod Walker, who observed this, it was a different scenario. She seemed to be cherishing the use of divine power. Even when making an appearance before her followers and believers, she didn't expend divine power to maintain the dignity of a true god. It seems, her condition is indeed poor. With this thought, Walker felt even more confident. He raised his frost battle axe, silver divine power continuously turning into electric snakes across it. It was a divine artifact granted by Euler, truly a demigod-level artifact. The powerful demigod's oppressive aura swept across the field, causing the clouds in the sky to roll and surge continuously under Walker's power, while the magic power in the air became turbulent, transforming into howling winds. After demigod Walker unleashed his full aura, the temperature within 3 kilometers suddenly began to drop rapidly, and gradually, snowflakes began to fall. Domain. This was an ability only the strong after legendary levels could activate. The half-beasts stared dumbfounded at this scene, their hearts exceedingly shocked. Demigods. This was the power of demigods. To actually affect the weather. The players were not too surprised. Having witnessed the miraculous revival of all things and living beings bowing to Goddess Eve, Walker's level of power did not surprise them. And then, Walker's powerful voice resounded throughout the field, filled with supreme confidence. Humph! Fake God! You have stolen Lord Euler's divine authority and killed his servants and followers. Today is the day of your demise. Fake God! The power behind the elf forest was actually a fake god. The half-beasts were utterly astonished. And following that, infinite joy. To proclaim oneself a true god without the power of a true god was to be a fake god. Given it was a fake god, it surely could not be Lord Walker's opponent. As one of the 3 demigods under Euler, Walker's legends were widely circulated among the beastmen tribes. He was a reputed totem guardian, who had defeated fake gods and demigods multiple times. A legendary figure. Fake god? The players, upon hearing this, had peculiar expressions. A demigod, called the goddess a fake god? Was this, also the goddess's misdirection? What was the goddess planning? The players subconsciously looked at the figure surrounded by holy light, but they seemed unable to clearly see her face, let alone her emotions. At this moment, the goddess appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. But one thing could be confirmed, the goddess seemed to be planning something indeed. Fake god? Euler's divine authority? Upon hearing demigod Walker's accusation, a hint of anger appeared on the faces of Alice and Elle. Shameless! Despicable! A scoundrel who turns black and white upside down. However, recalling the Mother Goddess's teachings, they forcefully held back. Yet when they looked at Demigod Walker again, their gazes were as if they were looking at a corpse. A true god cannot be desecrated. Even if he was a noble demigod. Upon hearing Walker's words, Eve was not angry. She just let out a soft sigh, and her ethereal and majestic voice echoed through the place. This place isn't very suitable, let's fight somewhere else. Haha, is it because you are worried about the aftermath endangering your followers? Truly a foolish fake god. Hearing Eve's words, Demigod Walker let out a cold laugh. He raised his silver axe, roaring as he charged toward Eve. Simultaneously, Eve also extended her hand, sending out 2 waves of divine power. It's about to start. The players' eyes lit up. They subconsciously hid, eyes widened, ready to witness the clash of demigod levels. However, what followed was beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing the first wave of the goddess transform into a divine lock, it shot directly at Walker. However, Walker merely let out a cold snort, effortlessly dodging the first attack. But just as he dodged, the other wave suddenly turned into a gigantic teleportation array, perfectly encompassing Walker as he moved to evade. To everyone's astonishment, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from Demigod Walker's body. And after the light faded, he was gone. Along with him, the goddess Eve also vanished. Transported away? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Continue to eliminate the half-beasts. In an instant, a clear, ethereal voice echoed in the hearts of all the players. It was the goddess. The players' eyes lit up. This was the first time the goddess directly spoke into their minds, personally giving orders. Just then, the players discovered that their ability to speak was restored once again. Look! Look at the elf forest! Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player pointed far behind them. The other players followed his direction, surprised to see clouds rolling faintly over the elf forest. The goddess transported the beastman's divine envoy to the elf forest? In an instant, the players immediately understood. And then, their eyes lit up. The elf forest, that was the goddess's home ground. No wonder, it seems this demigod is done for this time. Wait, the demigod is gone, can we farm monsters again? Thinking of this, the players' hearts stirred. The boss had been transported away. So, wouldn't it be their stage again next? However, there were also those who regretted. I wanted to see the goddess fight. Seeing the divine envoy had been teleported away, the half-beasts were also stunned. Quickly, however, they saw the eager expressions of the players. Seeing the twinkling eyes of the players, for some reason, the beastman Jushin suddenly felt something ominous. Nonetheless, he still shouted angrily. Elves! The demigod has already acted, your fake god is doomed. Stop making unnecessary resistance. Upon hearing his shout, the players first seemed dumbfounded, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Who's gonna be doomed is uncertain. You blockhead fools! Look behind you! Behind? The half-beasts were slightly startled. They subconsciously turned around. Then they saw a huge shadow. A hideous countenance, black scales and eyes filled with rage. It was the Black Dragon. But at this moment, the Black Dragon had gained its freedom. When did this happen? The half-beast's eyes were vacant. Jushin's face changed. The divine lock, it was the divine lock just now. The divine lock freed it. Indeed, it was the divine lock. Just now, Demigod Walker indeed evaded the first divine lock sent by Eve. But Eve never intended to control him with the divine lock from the start. Her real target was to free the Black Dragon. Seeing the red-eyed, furious Black Dragon staring at them, all the half-beasts felt their hearts skip a beat. Jushin's face showed panic as he hurriedly shouted. Retreat! Retreat! And just as he shouted, the little Black Dragon roared loudly, charging into the half-beasts, commencing a massacre. Damn! Leave some heads for us! We're in too! Attack! Yura! The players also roared, rejoining the battle. The scene once again descended into chaos. Elf Forest. In the sky, Demigod Walker gazed at the dense forest below, his eyes filled with amazement. Who would have thought, you transported me here? Haha, is this forest your home ground? But teleporting a demigod, how much strength do you have left? Walker let out a cold laugh. The cost of instant teleportation was proportional to the energy of the transmitted target. Walker could distinctly sense that after the teleportation, the mysterious fake god's strength in front of him was further exhausted by more than half. The consumption was indeed significant. Hearing Walker's words, Eve gently sighed, seemingly heartbroken. However, she shifted her tone. I believe you won't let me lose. What did she mean? Walker slightly frowned, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. Then, he saw the fake god before him suddenly burst into green radiance. Under his astonished gaze, the body of the fake god abruptly shattered, merging into the world. Meanwhile, a strong sense of dread suddenly gripped Walker's heart. In that moment, he felt this world come alive. Chapter 129. At the moment the fake god disappeared, the entire forest seemed to burst with vibrant life. The plants began to rapidly sprout, branch out, and blossom. Countless colorful flowers adorned the surroundings in a dreamlike fashion. Brilliant photons flew from every direction, transforming into countless butterfly-like little elves, dancing gracefully in the air. Everything felt like an enchanted realm straight out of a fairy tale. Yet to demigod Walker, it was a different experience altogether. It was a very peculiar sensation. Walker felt as if, in an instant, he had become an enemy of the entire world. The magic power in the air, the flying elemental little elves, the plants in the forest, all seemed to harbor intense hostility towards him. The more vibrant the life around him, the stronger he sensed the killing intent. He felt suddenly out of place with this world. This feeling was not new to Walker, having experienced it in his long years. And the last time he had such an experience was during the Divine War a millennium ago. The true God's divine domain. This is the true God's divine domain. His eyes widened in disbelief. The true God's divine domain, as the name suggested, was the domain of a true God. Only when a true God truly mastered their divine duties would they have their own divine domain. Unlike legendary domains and demigod domains, the domain of a true God was more advanced. In the divine domain of a true God, the true God was the heavens and the earth, the true God was the ruler. In the divine domain, as long as the divine power was abundant, the true God was nearly invincible. In fact, every true God of faith had a fixed divine domain. That was their divine country. And when a true God descended with their true form, they would create their divine domain within a certain range. In a true God's divine domain, almost no one could contend with them. Unless another true God came in person. Once Walker realized he had entered a divine domain, he knew he had gone too far. At this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. Divine domain. Asterisk, how could it be a divine domain? Asterisk. She. No, wasn't she supposed to be a fake god who hadn't mastered divine duties? Had she already established her own divine country? Asterisk, but here was the Segis world, where did she find a half-plane to establish a divine country? Asterisk. If she had mastered divine duties, would there be any need to hide? What kind of existence was she truly? Asterisk, to have stolen and mastered her divine duties so swiftly after the world tree curse was lifted. Asterisk. Asterisk, could it be? Was the death god fully assisting her? Asterisk. But, if she had already become a true god, why would she hide? Walker's expression was frightfully troubled, filled with confusion. Eve, of course, possessed a divine domain. In fact, she had gained it when she inherited the world tree. The world tree was an ancient god. When Eve had just been reborn, that feeling of dominion over heaven and earth came from the instinct of the divine domain. However, unfolding the divine domain required a lot of energy, and it wasn't until Eve emerged from her near-death state and incorporated her body into a divine country that the energy expenditure decreased. This was what gave Eve the foundation to deploy her divine domain and counter other powerful beings. When demigod Walker recalled his recent arrogant words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had just insulted a true god who had mastered divine duties by calling her a fake god? A true god tolerated no disrespect. Even as a divine envoy of the god of winter and hunting, if the other party killed him for it, no other true god would take Euler's side. Understanding this, demigod Walker's mouth went dry, and his heart surged with endless regret and fear. He had entirely lost his will to fight. Because he knew, here, he couldn't win. After living for thousands of years, he was still wise enough to know that. Suddenly, Walker descended from the sky and respectfully bowed in the direction where Eve had just disappeared, his voice filled with extreme bitterness. Totem Guardian under the seat of the god of winter and hunting demigod Walker, here to greet the eminence of the god of nature and life. God of nature and life. Since the other party deployed a divine domain of dual attributes of nature and life, it was only natural she was also the new god of nature and life. Surrendered so quickly? A surprised female voice echoed from the sky. Demigod Walker could not help but let out a wry smile. He lowered his head, put away his weapon, and explained through gritted teeth. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Every strong being was a mysterious creature that had lived for who knew how many years. When it was time to surrender, one should surrender. Those with stubborn and hard tempers either possessed incomparable power or had grass growing several meters high on their graves. No, this is not a misunderstanding. The mighty and dignified voice rang out once more. From the moment Euler tried to covet nature and life, it ceased to be a misunderstanding. As it happens, I'm quite curious about the effects of the divine domain and interested in demigods. Since you're here, do help me test it thoroughly. Upon hearing these words, Walker was shocked to the core. He didn't think of anything else but turned and fled. Run! He had to escape. He didn't know where the exit of the divine domain was, but he imagined the scope might not be large, so he picked a direction and dashed madly. Trying to run. The ethereal voice echoed again, tinged with amusement. And then, the plants in the forest began to frantically grow, transforming into giant green hands, swiftly reaching for Walker. Simultaneously, Walker felt that all the magic power in the surrounding space was severed from him, leaving him only with his divine power, unable to tap into any energy. The strength of a demigod, apart from their divine power, was also largely based on their understanding of laws affecting reality. And the laws in the divine domain listened to its master. Without control over the laws, much of a demigod's strength was lost. Wherever Walker passed, all the plants rapidly grew, turning into vines and chains, reaching out to grab him. Walker gritted his teeth, drew his divine axe, and mustered all his strength to hack at the intertwining plants. Silver divine power burst forth, crashing fiercely against the plants. In an instant, the light was dazzling. The sound of divine power exploding was like thunderbolt. However, after the brilliance faded, Walker was horrified to discover that he couldn't sever the plants with his chopping blow. Everyone knew, a full power axe swing from Walker could cleave a mountain in two. But now, it only left a shallow white mark on the plants. And just a few minutes ago, these were some of the most common plants on the Segis continent, even goblins could easily tear them apart. Divine Domain. This was the mighty power of the Divine Domain. When the Divine Domain was unfurled, all fields relevant to a true god's divine duties within it would receive the amplification of the true god's power. Looking at the vines wrapping around his divine axe, Walker was frightfully shocked. He released the divine axe and continued to flee. Hinder! This time, for one more fearsome voice he heard. All of a sudden, Walker discovered that his speed had dropped by multiple folds, with everything seeming to move in slow motion. Words that became reality. In the divine domain of a true god, the words of a true god could manifest into reality to a certain extent. Under Walker's terrified gaze, he was tightly ensnared by the vines. Imprison! The ethereal, dignified voice rang out once more. As the voice fell, Walker was horrified to find he suddenly lost control over his divine power. All at once, he became as ordinary as a mortal. He lost his power. Your Eminence, true God. Your Eminence, true God. Walker admits his guilt. Walker admits his guilt. Walker offended you. Please forgive Walker's offense. He shouted in terror. But there was no response from the other side. Your Eminence, true God. Please pardon Walker's transgression. Your Eminence, true God. Walker continued to cry out in fright, his voice heart-wrenching. Humph, truly ugly. The majestic, sacred voice let out a sneer. Golden light pooled before Walker, swiftly forming into a magnificent, beautiful goddess who appeared once more in front of him. This time, Eve did not hide her appearance. The noble natural divine crown, the magnificent and sacred divine dress, silver hair, and exquisite, deep purple eyes. And when Walker saw Eve's appearance, his pupils contracted instantly. This familiar appearance. This familiar aura. And, the tree-shaped emblem on the divine skirt he would never forget. It's you. It's you. It's really you. Yggdrasil. You are. Yggdrasil. You have returned. You didn't die. His expression turned infinitely terrified, and he couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder she hid. No wonder she so easily mastered divine duties. It turned out, it was she. It turned out she was the world tree. It turned out she was that ancient god who made all gods tremble. She had returned. She intended to avenge everything, she wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to her. The gods were in danger. In an instant, Walker understood everything. Seeing Walker's petrified gaze, Eve subtly raised an eyebrow, but she didn't mind. In the divine domain of a true god, everything became isolated from the outside. Even if one died here, their soul would be at the mercy of the master of the divine domain. Therefore, even being recognized as the world tree wasn't an issue. It was only a pity that the maximum range of the divine domain she controlled was only 30 kilometers. Eve extended her fair arm, gently tapping her fingers on Walker's body. Chapter 130. A strange scene appeared as Walker let out a painful groan, and Eve's fingers passed through his body. An energy state body? Is this a demigod? Eve raised her brow slightly. She could clearly feel that Walker's true form was actually a mass of divine power. And his body was actually transformed by divine power. But unlike a true god, he didn't have a divine persona, only a soul gradually transforming into a divine soul. So, this is what a demigod under a true god of faith looks like. Eve pondered. There was more than one way to become a demigod. One method was for mundane creatures to use the power of faith, analyze the laws, and gradually elevate their existence from a material state to an energy state, ultimately achieving divine enthronement, with the transitional phase being the demigod stage. Another method was for a true god of faith to directly use their divine power to sculpt a suitable soul into a demigod, creating a subordinate. The last was mythical creatures with immense potential that could grow to demigod-level power, or were demigod-level beings at birth, like the ancient giant dragon or the demigod-level oak guardian. If Eve's judgment wasn't wrong, demigod Walker should belong to the second type. With a thought, the divine power within Walker was immediately extracted by her, flowing through her fingers into her own incarnation. Ugh! Ah! As his divine power drained, demigod Walker let out a painful howl. The sound was incredibly miserable. Feeling the absorbed divine power, Eve thought. It's similar to Euler's divine power, but also somewhat different. They're from the same source, but it seems to be a level weaker than hers, which means, it's not very pure. But it's fine. If I absorb and transform it, I could probably extract about 40%. A seasoned demigod should have a lot of divine power, you'll become my nourishment. Listening to Eve's words, Walker's expression was filled with terror. So terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Could it be that this ancient god has changed even in temperament upon returning? She intends to extract his divine power. How did she become so fierce? I'm going to die. At this rate, I'll die. Walker gritted his teeth, a trace of madness appearing in his expression. Suddenly, his body began to tremble, and the divine power within him started to boil. Eve was distinctly surprised by the changes in Walker's divine power. He can even burn his divine soul and divine power? Is he going all out? Existences above the demigod level could indeed fight desperately. That was by burning divine power and divine soul. What surprised Eve was that Walker could still employ this desperate measure even when restrained. And as he burned his divine power, Walker's aura suddenly surged. He regained control over his body once more. His expression twisted into a snarl, as he struggled out of the entangling vines, and then pulled out a piece of bone from his pocket, crushing it. It contained an instant teleportation array meant for demigod passage. As the bone was crushed, a silver halo instantly appeared before him. Walker's eyes lit up, and with a roar, he exerted all his strength with desperate effort to escape into the halo. He broke free? Looks like my control over the divine domain isn't sufficient yet, I haven't completely sealed his powers. Eve pondered. But she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she raised her hand in the direction Walker was fleeing. With her motion, the surrounding plants gathered together, transforming into several golden ropes. The ropes leaped into the air, quickly pursuing Walker. Rock Cave Tribe. With the Black Dragon joining the battle, the half-beast men had fallen into complete chaos. For half-beast men who generally possessed only black iron power, the silver upper-level dragon was nothing short of a disaster. Even the Soul Silver Priest, Jushin, was not of the battle type. Meryl, in a fit of rage over being imprisoned by Walker, vented all her fury on the half-beast men, trampling one underfoot every minute. The hellhound capable of fighting her had already been torn to pieces. The enraged black dragon was utterly terrifying. With Meryl's involvement, the players were elated. What's a player without a powerful ally to lean on? They're all experience and contribution points. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened the half-beast men, and now was the perfect time for the players to swoop in and stab them in the back. So, at Li Mu's call, everyone abandoned defense and charged toward the rock cave tribe. Suddenly, the players surged forward, excitement and ferocity etched on their faces, like a band of marauding bandits descending the mountain. Seeing the chaotic tribe, the face of the half-beast Jushin turned ashen. It's over, it's over. Everything's out of control. Utterly out of control. If it was just the players, the rock cave tribe might barely handle it. If it was just the black dragon, paying a certain price, the rock cave tribe might fend it off. But when both were here together. Now, even if the divine envoy wins, the rock cave tribe will suffer great losses. Lord Count! Lord Count! Please step forward and fight the black dragon! Jushin shouted with red eyes. Listening to Jushin's call, a nightshade hiding in the main tent was deeply troubled. Summoning the divine envoy, he had already expended considerable power, his magic reserves were almost empty now. And his strongest favored beast had also been defeated by the black dragon. Until his powers were restored, to be honest, he wasn't keen on diving into this mess again. After all, Lord Walker has already gone to hunt the fake god, he'll win eventually. He thought. Lord Count! Lord Count! Please intervene and save the rock cave tribe. When it's all over, Jushin is willing to help you find premium blood slaves. Jushin continued to shout, his eyes still red. Blood slaves? The Nightshade's eyes glimmered slightly. The rock cave tribe excelled at hunting elves. This time, the elves of the elf forest might not escape annihilation. If he intervened at a critical moment and allowed the half-beast men to help him hunt elves afterward, it didn't seem too bad. Moreover, Lord Walker was known for swift battles, he should return soon. Although he had lost most of his magical power due to the summoning, it shouldn't be too difficult to restrain a silver upper-level black dragon. This risk could be taken. With these thoughts in mind, the Nightshade made a decision. He tidied up his attire and gracefully walked out of the big tent. Black Dragon! Your opponent is me, he said with a calm expression. And as the Nightshade stepped out of the tent, a silver array suddenly appeared in the sky. Dazzling holy light burst forth from the array, accompanied by a heavy aura of divine power, as Demigod Walker roared out. Seeing this familiar figure, all the half-beast men's eyes brightened. It's the Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy is back. He succeeded. Ha ha ha, we're saved. We won. Cheers erupted across the rock cave tribe. The Nightshade also felt a surge of joy. We won. He hesitated no longer and flew towards the black dragon, preparing for a great battle with it. But the players were taken aback. The demigod is back. Wait, where's the goddess? Before anyone could utter another word, they suddenly sensed something wrong. Demigod Walker's expression was twisted, and faintly, seemed terrified. Not only that, but the divine axe in his hand was gone, his clothes were disheveled, and his aura was incredibly chaotic. Wait! Something was off? Before they could grasp what happened, a crisp cold snort was heard, as several golden vine-like chains suddenly emerged from the array, shooting towards Walker. The chains writhed like tentacles, with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Even the half-beast men momentarily felt an impulse to kneel and worship. Divine chains! These were divine chains! The chains swiftly approached Walker, binding him tight. Demigod Walker's expression was one of horror, and although he tried desperately to break free, he was helpless. No, no! It's... He tried to say something, but the vine chains instantly bound his mouth, then penetrated his body, piercing into his true soul. Walker's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with despair and fear. He struggled with all his might, trying desperately to grip the ground with his hands to prevent being pulled. Yet it was futile, as the golden chains tugged, Walker's entire body was forcibly yanked back, leaving only 2 deep claw marks on the ground. Amidst the despairing muffled sounds, Walker's figure vanished into the array. Afterward, the array shattered, as if nothing had ever happened. On the battlefield. A silence descended. Chapter 131. Looking at the claw marks half a meter deep on the ground, the players exchanged glances. Did the goddess win? That tentacle-like vine just now was the goddess's, wasn't it? Probably, that cold snort was the goddess's. Hiss, I feel a bit scared. I feel the same way, the howling was so miserable. What a tragic demigod. I suddenly want to see how the goddess deals with him. The book can be updated now. Ugh. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He, the developers have such a twisted sense of humor, using vines of all things. He, you're so dirty. Likewise. The atmosphere among the players was filled with cheerful banter. Although they knew the reality was definitely not as they imagined, it didn't stop them from joking joyfully. On the other hand, the half-beasts were struck with terror. Walker. Lord Walker, lost. Jushin murmured in disbelief. No half-beast dared to respond to him. From the scene just now, it was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but rather whether this legendary totem guardian could even survive. A demigod. That was a demigod. A demigod who had transcended mortals, just a step away from the eternal divine throne. Yet even a demigod was caught so effortlessly within minutes. Was the one in the elf forest really just a fake god? The answer was already clear. If she were truly a fake god, how could she have defeated a demigod so easily? Moreover, that was none other than the renowned Lord Walker. Adding to that, the immense holy aura emanating from the vine chains just now. All the half-beast priests felt parched. That was probably a true divine being. A true god. There was actually a true god hidden in the elf forest. In an instant, the half-beasts completely lost the courage to fight head-on. It's over. It's over. The divine envoy has also been captured. We're doomed. The elves must be here for revenge. Let's run. Let's run quickly. Soon, the rock cave tribe descended into chaos. Even if the half-beasts had a strong will and morale much higher than other ordinary races, when faced with inevitable defeat, even death, they would lose their fighting spirit. Seeing the tide turning, Jushin no longer hesitated. Even the demigod didn't make it. This war was no longer something the mere rock cave tribe could influence. The night prowler was also nowhere to be seen. After Walker was dragged away by a mysterious presence, that cunning Blood Clan member fled. This made Jushin extremely angry. If not for him, how would the rock cave tribe come to this? Continued resistance was meaningless. Jushin bit his teeth and shouted loudly. Stop fighting! Elves! Stop fighting! We surrender! We will migrate, we will leave here. However, to Jushin's confusion, even though he conveyed the intention to surrender, the elf side did not cease their attack. Stop fighting! We surrender! We surrender! Jushin used the amplification divine technique to shout again. Hearing his words, the players exchanged glances with peculiar expressions. They laughed cheerfully, while continuing to charge, and mockingly said, Why surrender? Keep fighting! I haven't had enough yet. Try to run? No way! Ha ha ha, the elf army doesn't take prisoners. Hand over your heads obediently. Jushin. He widened his eyes, feeling unable to comprehend. These elves, could they really want to drive them to extinction? Just like that. Okay, with the support of the Black Dragon, and since they could resurrect, it's indeed possible they could exhaust the half-beasts to death. But, they were elves. When did they become so ruthless? Crazy. This is madness. He looked at the chaotic tribe, feeling as if he aged 10 years in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he shouted. All tribesmen, heed my order. Abandon the tribe. Retreat. We're retreating. They couldn't linger here any longer. If they continued, the rock cave tribe might truly be doomed. Upon hearing High Priest's command, the demoralized half-beasts also started to retreat, enduring the Black Dragon's attack as they fled the tribe. They're running away. Lord L. Stop them quickly. Charge. Don't let them get away. Black Dragon, use Dragon Breath. Quick, use Dragon Breath. Seeing the half-beasts trying to escape, the players' morale soared, and they attacked even more fiercely. Chase them down. These are all experience points and contribution points. The Suicide Squad charged again, and this time, the fleeing half-beasts, having lost their fighting spirit, were almost effortlessly taken down by the players, turning into fireworks in cheerful open fire on me. And those who fought the longest and gained the most experience points could already put up a fight against the weakest half-beasts as their levels increased. Humph! You bastards, still trying to escape. Watching the fleeing half-beasts, Black Dragon Meryl wore a fierce expression. It stopped rampaging through the tribe and specifically targeted those trying to escape. With its claws, it grabbed 3 to 5 half-beasts at a time, rising high with a flap of its wings, then fiercely dropping them. Accompanied by miserable wails, the half-beasts it threw down were smashed into a pulp. This scene frightened the half-beasts even more. Soon, even their retreating ranks collapsed, and they scattered in all directions. Looking at the chaotic scene, the half-beast Jushin had a pained expression. He took a deep breath and, gazing at the black dragon slaughtering his tribesmen, roared. "Black Dragon! I'll fight you to the death!" With that, he took something from his chest and tore it apart, chanting a spell. His whole body suddenly radiated brilliant holy light. His body started burning with sacred flames, aging rapidly. At the same moment, a silver cage ensnared Black Dragon Meryl. Cage of Light. Gold level control divine technique. This was a move Samir had previously used to trap the Black Dragon. Although Jushin didn't have World Tree Leaves, relying on supplementary means, he could also perform an incomplete Cage of Light at the cost of sacrificing life. "I've trapped it, you, go quickly!" Jushin shouted to the half-beasts. "Priest! High Priest!" Seeing the old High Priest fighting desperately, all half-beasts looked sorrowful. The Rock Cave tribe's development to its current scale was largely due to Jushin's dedication. In the same way, he was beloved by the half-beasts. "Take this chance, leave quickly. Report all that happened here to the royal court." Jushin shouted again. Upon hearing his words, the half-beasts gritted their teeth and tearfully chose to obey. "Damn elves! Remember this!" They cast hateful glances at the elves, as if trying to etch their figures into their minds, then began to retreat. "Damn it! Why is it always Meryl?" Trapped again, the little black dragon was nearly furious to death. Without the black dragon's support, the players were unable to pursue the half-beasts further. The number of half-beasts was still too many. The entire Rock Cave tribe boasted over 5,000 people. Even with heavy losses, their numbers still exceeded the players. If they didn't fight the players and chose only to retreat, the players had no means to stop them. Ultimately, after leaving behind hundreds more bodies, the half-beasts finally broke through and gradually disappeared from the players' sight. However, upon leaving, the once 5,000-strong Rock Cave tribe had less than 1,000 left. And the players, amidst cheers, took over the Rock Cave tribe, now almost reduced to ruins. The half-beasts retreated hastily, leaving behind the vast majority of their belongings. Seeing the half-beasts flee, the players stopped chasing and instead began to enthusiastically scavenge the Rock Cave tribe or pick up equipment. Just kidding. Having won, it's certainly time to loot the spoils of war. The poor bandits don't chase after fleeing enemies. Whoever does is a fool. After all, the task was only to destroy the stronghold. Alice and Elle also arrived at the Rock Cave tribe. Watching the chosen ones loot the half-beast tribe like human bandits, they were momentarily stunned. These brave warriors seemed even crazier than they had been in battle. They saw, almost every chosen one was draped in a chain of half-beast trophies, and someone was gleefully dividing goods the half-beasts had purchased from humans. Even more outrageously, a chosen one had found a large stash of gold and silver treasures in the half-beast's main tent. A few chosen ones' eyes lit up, almost fighting over the treasure. By the Mother Goddess, they. Even though Alice knew these chosen ones had certain flaws and could be very greedy at times, she hadn't expected this scene. At this moment, she suddenly recalled Berserker's previous remark to her. The chosen ones, indeed, they are brave warriors, but they can also transform into the most despicable bandits. That was Berserker's sentiment after witnessing the battle to reclaim the holy city. At that time, Alice hadn't understood, but now, she finally did. At this point, the little black dragon finally broke free of the cage. It shouted Rua and dived into the treasure hoard, slapping several players away, bared its red eyes and teeth, and said, "This is Meryl's. It's Meryl's. Get lost. Get lost. Alice." Players. Amidst the chaos, Li Mu did not follow the other players in looting. He brushed past player after player, finally arriving at a clearing. The half-beast Jushin lay there. He had already aged beyond recognition, his oil lamp flickering out, as if he might die at any moment. Li Mu gazed at the dying half-beast high priest, while Jushin struggled to shift his cloudy eyes towards him. Jushin recognized him, this elf was the elves' commander. His eyes widened suddenly, and he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But ultimately, he exhausted all his strength, merely moving his lips, and then he breathed no more. Jushin's gaze went beyond Li Mu, focusing on the direction the half-beasts had fled. In those eyes was boundless longing and worry. Li Mu's expression was somewhat complicated. He sighed, reaching out to close Jushin's eyes. Although you are an NPC, although you are the enemy, as a leader of a tribe, you are indeed worthy of respect. Rest in peace. This time, the half-beast high priest closed his eyes. Li Mu sighed deeply again, his voice filled with emotion. He reached out and began to remove Jushin's equipment. After the players occupied the Rock Cave tribe, the system message followed. Ding! Mainline quest, destroy the half-beast stronghold completed. All participating players will receive experience points, contributions, and perfect resurrection times based on accumulated contributions. Chapter 132. The Elf Forest. After sending a system message to the players, Eve swiftly and decisively killed the demigod Walker, whom she had captured in her divine domain. Similar to the divine favored, the soul of demigod Walker also had a certain connection with Uller, the god of winter and hunting. When opening the divine domain, Eve could sever this connection. However, if she closed the divine domain, Walker's soul would similarly return to Uller's divine country upon his death. But, he no longer had that chance. When killing Walker, Eve also annihilated his soul. Then, all of the divine power within Walker was extracted by Eve. A whopping 270 points. Depending on their strength, demigods generally had divine power ranging from 100 to 300 points. As a seasoned demigod, Walker had already reached the pinnacle of demigod strength, possessing 300 points of divine power in his prime. However, during his struggle, he had exhausted quite a bit, yet there still remained over 270 points. All of this was graciously accepted by Eve, becoming nourishment to strengthen herself. Although there was some loss during absorption, it ultimately provided Eve with over 100 points of divine power. This made Eve very satisfied and immediately compensated for the consumption she had while opening the divine domain. The consumption of the divine domain was indeed terrifying, almost consuming 1 point of Eve's divine power for every minute it stayed open. If the power of laws were used, the consumption would surge even higher. Thus, after killing Walker, Eve closed the divine domain. However, she did not stop but instead summoned her avatar once more. The blame, still, needed to be borne by someone. Dark Mountain Range. The Night Runner was in a state of terror, desperately fleeing. At this moment, he could no longer care for elegance, wishing he could use all of his magic power to escape from this place. I never thought, even Lord Walker would fail, and so completely at that. How is this possible? Isn't she supposed to be a new god? She has never even left the Segis world, surely she hasn't established her own divine country, how could she possess a power capable of defeating Lord Walker? Or perhaps, someone was aiding her from behind. At this time, a figure suddenly emerged in the Night Runner's mind, one he had seen when entering the elf forest. Just now, during the battle between elves and half-beasts, he had not seen that figure. That is to say, the death god's favored had not made any move. Could it be, the death god had dispatched her own spirit warriors? The Night Runner's expression showed some fright. However, he wasn't overly worried about Walker's safety. Because Walker was a divine envoy of a true god, even in death, his soul would return to heaven. As a true god at the peak of weak divine power, Uller could easily help reconstruct Walker's demigod body and obtain the secrets of the elf forest from him. No matter what. I've done all I can, it's better to leave here for now, the rest is beyond my involvement. The Night Runner thought. And just then, a sudden chill crept up his spine. He instinctively looked up, seeing a nightmare-like figure. It was the last person he wanted to see now. Dark grey long hair, a black cloak, and scarlet eyes. Plus, an aura of death divine power as tangible as substance. The death god's favored. The Night Runner's pupils contracted sharply. He had exhausted his magic power, he was no match. Your Excellency! You've already won this war, do you still intend to strike at me? The Night Runner said, holding back his fear. If so, it would truly be declaring enmity against the true God. He threatened in a low voice. Humph, declaring enmity against the god of winter and hunting. The death god's favored sneered, saying, "This war, it was she who struck first. Moreover, the demigod was slain by us, do you still think you can escape?" SL. Slain. The Night Runner's eyes widened, momentarily thinking he had misheard. Slain and defeated were entirely different concepts. For a divine envoy, slain meant the soul was annihilated by the true god above. What in the world had they done to be able to slay a demigod envoy of a true god in such a short time? Were they not afraid of the true god's retaliation? The Night Runner had not considered the divine domain, for without a completely established divine country, a true god of faith could not form a divine domain. So, the Night Runner speculated further. "Wait," she said, "we?" Seemingly realizing something, the Night Runner gasped. Could it be the death god's power was secretly at work? It must be, only a death god deeply versed in the study of souls could sever the connection between a true god and a divine envoy. Run! Flee immediately! Without a word, the Night Runner fled swiftly. However, his magic power was fully depleted from summoning the divine envoy. He was no match for the death god's favored. The death god's favored's figure flickered and appeared in front of him. Before the Night Runner's terrified eyes, the death god's favored reached out and pierced his chest, crushing his heart. In an instant, the Night Runner froze in place. "Inform Mueller, this is the divine oracle of the true god," she overstepped her bounds. "The struggle between true gods should be conducted in the way of true gods. Even a newly ascended should be respected. The fate of Demigod Walker is merely a warning." Listening to the words of the death god's favored, the Night Runner's eyes widened slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, yet nothing came out but a spurt of black blood, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. All the power of the blood clan originated from the heart. The destruction of the heart also signified death. Red flames suddenly engulfed the Night Runner, reducing his entire body to ashes. At the same time, his soul was summoned by the true god, gradually vanishing. The death god's favored did not stop it. She cast a deep glance in the direction where the Night Runner's soul was headed, and once again melted into the shadows. Heaven, within the divine country of the Silver Frost Ice Field. Feeling the deaths of numerous believers and having lost contact with Demigod Walker, Euler was greatly agitated. "Why can't I sense Walker's soul anymore?" At this moment, a transparent soul ascended into her divine country. Euler's heart stirred, reaching out to read the soul's memory. Moments later, the entire divine country began to tremble, and a blizzard started to sweep across the sky. "Bastard! Damn it! A mere mortal death god's favored dares such a thing!" Euler was filled with boundless rage. She slammed her hand on her gold divine throne, shattering the entire armrest. "Hela, must you oppose me? Must you oppose me? Damn it! Can't you just stay well retreating in your nether world? Isn't that good enough?" Humph! Just a luck bearer who inherited the primordial death god's godhead. Sitting on the death god's godhead yet unable to break through to formidable divine power or subdue even the primordial death god's original subordinates. Euler's expression flooded with endless fury. "Humph! Since you insist on blocking my path, you'll never let your new subordinate god enter the pantheon. If I can't handle you, can't I deal with your subordinate god?" Without entering the pantheon, she won't gain the recognition of the other gods. Without their recognition, she'll never be protected by the divine agreement. Playing by the rules it is. The divine authority of nature and life, I am determined to have it. The new god must fall. Euler's furious roar echoed far, far away. Chapter 133. The struggle among true gods was supposed to be conducted in the manner of true gods. This statement was not accurate. More precisely, the true gods referred to here almost specifically indicated faith-based divines. In truth, this was a rule set by the gods after the divine warfare of millennia ago. The conflicts among faith-based divines in the Segis world are, in most cases, battles of belief in the mundane world. This is because their existence and power are almost entirely linked to the power of faith. The main force of the war is each side's believers, with demigod level and above rarely entering the fray personally. Especially in the Segis plane. As the main source of faith for the gods, the Segis plane has seldom become the battlefield for demigods and above. This is the covenant of the gods. If an existence of the demigod level or above were to engage in battle, unless one side completely overwhelmed the other, it would surely cause significant damage to the plane, which is not what the gods wish to see. Especially after the divine warfare of a millennium ago, the stability of the Segis world is far inferior to what it was before, which further solidifies the gods' resolve to refrain from conducting myth-level battles on the Segis plane as much as possible. Generally speaking, the warfare involving demigod and higher beings is conducted in divine warfare, which usually occurs within divine countries or in the void. These insights were what Eve gleaned from Walker's memory when she obliterated his soul. Eve had originally hoped to learn some secrets of the gods from Walker, but unfortunately, some of Walker's memories seemed to have been sealed by Euler, and they self-destructed when she forcibly attempted to read them. However, the game rules set by the gods that she did manage to read did not disappoint Eve. At least, she now knew that if it ever became absolutely necessary, she could threaten the gods by dragging the Segis world down with her as a burial. It's just, the efficacy of such a threat is uncertain. In ancient times, the Segis world was almost the only source of faith for the gods. But after reading Walker's limited memories, Eve also understood that throughout the past millennium, most capable gods had begun to sow new faith across various planes. It's common knowledge that eggs shouldn't be kept in one basket. Yet, even so, as the largest source of faith, the status of the Segis world in the hearts of the gods remains far above others. Eve's reasons for disseminating this line were both to continue casting smokescreens about her identity and to lay the groundwork for future actions of the players. And once everything settled, Eve began to review her current state. Name: Eve Yggdrasil. Race: World Tree, Ancient God. Level: 150, Mythical. State: Feeble Divine Power. Divine Office: Nature, Life, Elves. Titles: Mother Nature, Goddess of Life, Elf Ruler. Divine Power Value: 363/3000. Number of Believers: 222, Saint 1, Fanatic Believers 3, Devout Believers 81, Shallow Believers 107. Abilities: Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, Divine Descent, Divine Domain. Unlike before, with the activation of the NPC system, the number of Eve's devout believers had once again soared, significantly strengthening the beliefs of many elf members of the Flame tribe. This satisfied Eve greatly. The NPC quest system added more fun to the game for the players, while for the native elves, it meant the rewards and acknowledgement of the Mother Goddess. However, more than the pleasing changes in the number of believers, the surge in divine power value also pleased Eve. Indeed, this was her greatest victory since her rebirth. Not only did she kill a demigod, severing an arm of Euler, but she also annihilated over 4,000 half-beasts. After deducting the expenditures, Eve's divine power value had broken through the 300 mark, reaching an unprecedented 363 points. However, this victory also exposed some issues. The first is the issue of soul feedback. Shortly after the players attacked the Rock Cave tribe, Eve clearly sensed that the vengeful souls of the elves had been completely exhausted. Otherwise, based on the divine power she gained when she previously killed half-beasts, her divine power gain from this battle would have been far more than 300 points. This also means that Eve now needs to seek new points of growth for her divine power. The second issue is with the players. For this mission, Eve deliberately refrained from too much micromanagement, allowing the players to exercise their freedom. And the facts proved that the players were growing swiftly. Even without system prompts, they were able to find strategies most suitable for themselves and complete missions effectively. But, the problem lies in the tactics chosen by the players. The sacrifice strategy. Although when Eve devised the perfect resurrection for players, she anticipated that issues would arise sooner or later, she hadn't expected signs to appear so quickly. Honestly, the players' tactics were not wrong. The sacrifice strategy was indeed a good method for the weak to prevail over the strong. However, for Eve, who was supporting player resurrection, it was a different story. In the early stages, when players' levels were low, Eve's costs for resurrecting them were also low, and the gains from defeating targets were substantial, so it didn't matter much. But as the players' levels rose, Eve found that her cost for resurrecting them began to increase rapidly. Notably, instant resurrection and creating players' bodies were not the same. Creating the players' bodies could be extended over time, with 1 point of divine power able to create 300 bodies, but the cost of instant resurrection was more, several times that. In this battle with the half-beasts, the cost of resurrecting players was still far less than the gains from killing half-beasts, but with the depletion of the vengeful souls of the elves, this kind of profit was becoming less and less. Though still quite impressive, it sounded a warning bell for Eve. She could foresee that as players' strength continued to grow, the cost of resurrecting them would inevitably increase, and without restrictions, there would undoubtedly be losses one day. It seems that the perfect resurrection system is not flawless either. For low-level players, it's fine, as the cost isn't significant, but I need to devise a better method to limit the resurrection of future high-level players. Especially at mid and high levels, they must cherish their lives more. Eve thought. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a surge of sacrificial prayers. Eve's mind stirred as she chose to accept them all. In an instant, a slew of tattered half-beast equipment surged into her divine country. Eve. Seeing the situation, she knew that the players must have started offloading their junk again. This time, the fight had been so intense that even though the players had acquired countless pieces of equipment, many were severely damaged. And with thousands of sets of equipment entering the market, an excess exceeded the demand, it was certain that player-side equipment values must have plummeted to a bargain level. In such a scenario, many players would definitely opt to offer up equipment that didn't present well to Eve in exchange for contribution points. Of course, this was mostly limited to those focused on strength types. Except for priests, half-beast weren't spellcasters, all were warriors, and the surplus equipment was almost entirely for warriors. As for magic users, the quantity of gear was still very scarce. Those lucky enough to acquire priests' clothes made a tidy profit. Thinking this, Eve naturally accepted the equipment and with a broad hand, bestowed some rewards, then began repairs and added special effects. Rarity adds value. Once enhanced with special effects, it would fetch a good price. Of course, the release of goods had to be gradual. Most of the gear was kept on hold. On the off chance that this batch of consumers' spending power wasn't enough, they could wait until the public test. At the same time, Eve put the Nightwalker ring and Walker's Frost God axe she acquired into the exchange system. The former was named Space Ring, the latter Frost Battle Axe, both labeled as Golden Legends. However, the ring was already empty, and the divine power in the Frost Battle Axe had been thoroughly siphoned by her, leaving it an ordinary axe at best exhibiting near silver power. In the Elf Forest. Seeing the two newly listed golden legendary pieces of equipment, all the players' eyes lit up. Damn! A space ring! It's actually a space ring! What? A space ring? Is there finally space equipment now? This, the demigod's Frost Battle Axe? So cool! Damn! A level 40 golden legend! How strong must it be? The only max level weapon in the game. Note, early version max level was level 40, black iron upper peak. All are golden legends. And there's only one of each, unique across the server. Limited edition. I want it. Just when they saw the contribution points required, marked with a string of zeros. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. The players gasped and clutched at their stomachs, feeling a pang of realization. Hiss, oh no, my soul hurts. No doubt about it, these are toys for the rich again. Alas, it seems the final successful exchanger would either be Little Xian Miao or Bento, with one being a super rich player, the other a super hardcore grinder. Envy. Hey? Now that you mention it, where's Bento? Chapter 134. Takeout sat quietly in the cargo box. He kept his eyes closed and rested, like a statue, but his back was straight. If you observed closely, you'd notice his pair of pointed ears shifting slightly with the noise outside. This was his instinctive vigilance in an unfamiliar environment. As time passed, the shaking of the cargo box became more intense. Even with his eyes closed and his strength bound by strange ropes, Takeout could still imagine the situation outside from the vehicle's jolts. It had become much quieter, yet much rougher. They must have hit a mountain road. The sky had grown darker, almost nightfall, but instead of slowing down, the vehicle was speeding up. This indicated that the surroundings weren't safe, especially at night. Of course, there was another possibility: they were nearing their destination, so they accelerated. Furthermore, the humans outside hadn't been talking much from the beginning. He even heard the sounds of weapons being drawn and the faint sound of rhythmic breathing. They were very alert. This meant, they were wary of possible enemies. His judgment about the potential danger nearby was correct. They might be on guard against bandits, but it could also be a demon beast. No, a demon beast seemed more likely. They couldn't have left the elf forest too far in such a short time. Except for the half-beasts, there weren't any other intelligent beings in this direction. The half-beasts were impoverished but strong, so they probably wouldn't have bandits or such around nearby. The surroundings gradually grew cooler, not just due to the sky, but likely aided by the terrain. Bird calls echoed, resembling a canyon. This suggested they might have entered the Grand Canyon within the dark mountain range. Takeout speculated in his mind. As a longtime wilderness gamer, he had gathered comprehensive data on the areas around the elf forest. From the Flame tribe, he specifically learned about the dark mountain range, knowing it was teeming with demon beast activity at night. Just as Takeout continued listening, suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. He heard a rustling sound coming from somewhere inside the carriage. The direction was towards where a female elf NPC, like him, was captured. Takeout didn't make any rash movements. Instinct told him that an NPC able to sleep soundly after being captured by humans, even if an elf, was probably not ordinary. Either they were a fool with more courage than sense, or something interesting was bound to happen. Soon, Takeout heard a yawn, accompanied by a lazy groan, as if someone was stretching luxuriously. Takeout. He instantly became alert. Because if he remembered correctly, the other captured elf girl should have been tied up and gagged like him. Takeout instinctively opened his eyes, looking warily in the direction of the sound, only to lock eyes with a pair of twinkling eyes. It was an elf girl who appeared to be 16 or 17 years old. Of course, if translated into elf years, it would probably be 10 times that. She had grey-black hair similar to Takeout's, and her eyes were dark grey yet strikingly bright. Like many elves, she also had remarkable features, even her shabby clothing couldn't hide her youth and beauty. But unlike the elves Takeout had seen in the elf forest, this elf girl's eyes held a glimmer of cunning, making her appear a bit more sly. Takeout wasn't entirely unfamiliar with such an expression. Similar-looking individuals were detained every day at the police stations on Blue Star. This was precisely the other elf he saw when he woke up. But at the moment, the girl showed no signs of being trapped, the ropes around her and the cloth on her mouth were gone. Was she really an elf? Looking at those swirling big eyes, Takeout instinctively frowned. He hesitated for a moment, carefully examining her appearance. Remarkable features, a tall figure. Ears were pointy, long. If there weren't any other creatures or life forms disguising themselves, then she was undoubtedly an elf. Then he witnessed the peculiar elf girl giving him a cheeky smile. Hey! You're awake! It's been a while since I've seen someone from the Shadow Tribe. Hello there! Shadow Tribe? Takeout felt a jolt in his heart. After she finished speaking, the elf girl expertly pulled out 2 decently appearing fruits from the human's cargo box, took a bite of one herself, and casually handed the other to Takeout. Here, want some? These are rare fruits from the south of the humans, super sweet. Takeout. Seeing Takeout's peculiar expression, the elf girl suddenly realized. Oh right, you're still tied up. She nimbly slipped over to Takeout's side, bringing a refreshing scent, and her delicate hands quickly untied Takeout. Takeout hadn't even had time to register it when the ropes on him were unraveled. So fast. His expression was a bit surprised. However, not very powerful. Takeout could sense that her aura was even a bit weaker than his own. Stronger beings could typically sense the approximate power of those weaker than themselves, although not accurately. Moreover, Takeout couldn't rule out that this might be her disguise. Then, he watched as the girl uncovered the cloth tied around his mouth and shoved the fruit into it. What are you staring so wide-eyed for? Eat the fruit. And keep your voice down, don't let those humans outside hear you. Takeout. He instinctively took a bite. It was indeed sweet. Then he heard the elf girl's disdainful voice. You're so poor, don't you have anything on you? Did the humans search you? Though, you've got quite a sturdy build. Takeout. His gaze towards the girl grew even more peculiar. The following actions of the girl completely opened Takeout's eyes, turning his understanding of native elves in the Segis world upside down. He watched the elf girl quickly finish the fruit and then rummage through the cargo box, pilfering the human goods. Takeout noticed the girl picked mainly valuable-looking magic items and some gold and silver treasures. Every time she found something, a faint glow emitted from her hand, and then the item suddenly vanished. Takeout raised an eyebrow, quite curious. Soon, the elf girl had gone through the entire cargo box. She exhaled deeply, munching on the fruit while sitting down, appearing quite satisfied. Are you, a thief? After watching the entire process, Takeout couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing his words, the elf girl's shoulders shook slightly, seemingly sensitive to that word. She remained silent for a few seconds, then looked at Takeout, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. So what if I am? Is that a problem? Takeout. Noticing Takeout's strange gaze, the elf girl sighed. Stop looking at me like that, or do you want to lecture me like those stubborn old folks? She then laughed mockingly. Foolish kindness, stubborn inflexibility, that's the fundamental reason for the elves' decline. If they can't even protect themselves, why bother adhering to so many rules? Humph. Rules are meant to be broken. So what if I'm a thief? These humans are our enemies, they're the real bandits. It's only right for me to take their stuff. Besides, I'm not taking these things for myself. The girl spoke angrily. Takeout didn't respond, just quietly listened to her chatter. As the girl spoke, her expression turned a bit somber. She mumbled for a while, eventually seeming tired and fell silent. After a moment, she sighed and pried at the ground. With Takeout's surprised gaze, she skillfully opened a large hole in the bottom of the cargo box. Then, the girl handed Takeout some more fruit, pointing to the hole in the truck's floor. Ah, you look so rule-abiding, like someone who hasn't experienced combat, a hapless newbie. Here, take these rations and escape through this hole. This is the last truck, and the sky is dark. I'll cast a small camouflaging spell on you, so the humans won't notice you. Takeout. What about you? He asked her back. Me. The girl was stunned. She remained silent for a while before resolutely saying. I'm not leaving, I have to go to their base in the underworld. I need to rescue my younger siblings. Chapter 135. The largest stronghold of the half-beasts near the elf forest had been demolished. This also meant that the southern region of the elf forest had been completely reclaimed by Eve, the main southeastern external passage had been opened, and the elves in the forest were no longer threatened by the half-beasts. As for where the fleeing half-beasts would go, that was not something Eve was concerned about. 80% of them would probably head south, where the half-beast's old lair was. Eve knew that destroying the half-beast tribe was just the beginning. Her words before killing the Night Walker were more like some kind of declaration of war. Euler certainly would not let it end there, and the war with the half-beasts would probably continue. However, with the warning of the death gods favored, it would likely take another form. It was highly likely to be a true mundane racial war. War meant a lot of deaths. Many deaths meant that Eve could seize the opportunity to absorb some life force. Little by little, it was still quite terrifying. Of course, if it could attract some legends to join the fight and lead them into the elf forest to serve as appetizers, that would be even better. Before that, Eve needed to further enhance the strength of the players and fortify the elf forest like an impregnable fortress. At the same time, she needed to send out more native NPCs to recall the scattered clansmen from all over. The Flame tribe had settled down, their lives gradually getting back on track, and they were slowly getting used to the presence of the Chosen Ones and the mission system. This was a good omen, at least proving that the direction Eve was striving for was not wrong. Therefore, after the players completed the task of destroying the half-beast stronghold, Eve ordered old priest Samir to pick some people to continue the journey of finding the clansmen. The players' battle had broadened the horizons of the young elves. Upon hearing about it, many young fiery flame elves eagerly signed up, almost all wanting to follow Samir, which earned him a stern scolding from Phil Osier. Additionally, Black Dragon Merrill was left by Eve in the dilapidated castle of the Dark Mountain Range. The southeastern exit of the elf forest was still very important. The strategic significance here was immense, and it indeed needed someone to guard it. And Black Dragon Merrill was a good choice. This was originally its lair, the little one was not weak in strength, and now it had already signed a sell soul contract, so Eve was at ease handing it over. But this time, Merrill was not pleased. No. Merrill didn't want to stay here. There's nothing here. No roasted meat. No honey. No clansmen. No long ears to work and massage for Merrill. Rua. Merrill wanted to stay in the elf forest. The little black dragon was rolling all over the ground like a spoiled husky, with no dignity of a gold species. Eve. This guy had completely forgotten that it was initially a captive and had completely turned into a pet, right? There is a teleportation array, you can return at any time. Moreover, if you accept my faith, I can grant you the ability to issue missions to the Chosen Ones. This way, even if you are guarding here, there will be many chosen ones coming to serve you. Eve tempted. Really? I can also issue missions to them. The little black dragon's eyes lit up. It thought for a moment, muttering softly. Then Meryl would reluctantly believe in a bit. After saying this, it stood up, slightly bowing its head toward the core area of the elf forest, and said in the undulating voice of dragon language. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great world tree Yggdrasil. The little one was not an elf, so it did not speak the name of the elf dominator. But it seemed to long for the world tree, especially adding this title. And as soon as the words fell, Eve felt a surprising surge of faith power crossing the void into her divine persona. This faith power had a capacity equivalent to that provided by a devout believer. And in the sky of Eve's divine country, a little star representing Meryl's faith appeared again. However, Meryl's faith was not that of a devout believer, nor a pious follower, but merely a shallow believer. This quite surprised Eve, and it also helped her understand why true gods were interested in dragons. If merely a shallow believer could provide so much faith power, what about a devout believer or even a saint? The faith potential of dragons was indeed terrifying. Of course. Dragons were very proud creatures and rarely became pious followers. Even if they believed in some true gods, many of them did so for certain material or spiritual needs, and most were merely shallow believers. But after consideration, Eve still decided to give Meryl blue-level task NPC authority at the level of a devout believer. And after gaining the ability to issue tasks, Meryl immediately became happy. These days, it had not missed observing how native elves issued tasks to players. Although it couldn't see the system, the enthusiasm and excitement of players when accepting tasks and their unparalleled positivity when completing tasks made it envious. After all, for the players, dragon saliva was good, but it was merely a good magical material, less attractive compared to experience points and contribution points. And dragon blood and dragon scales. Well, whoever dared to mention black dragon would get beaten up. Therefore, as the elves of the Flame tribe became familiar with the mission system, fewer and fewer players came to serve the little one. This made Meryl rather dissatisfied at one point. But now it was different, it could also issue tasks. Immediately, the little black dragon flew up, muttering to itself as it flew. Rua! Now I can make them work well for Meryl. First, repair Meryl's castle. Then find treasures for Meryl. Roasted meat and massages are needed daily. Rua! Having arranged Meryl's guard duty, Eve began contemplating the next direction of player development. Continuing infrastructure development was necessary, and lifestyle players also needed further expansion, especially the renewable farming industry. The players' appetites were simply too good, and now, the safe zone had practically no larger animals left. The remaining ones were those that either didn't seem appetizing or were inedible. But these were all small matters, left to Alice to arrange. Eve only needed to think about the main storyline and large side storylines. And very soon, Eve recalled Rivendell, the elf ruins that players had been frantically searching for earlier. Due to cross-border restrictions, the true gods' reactions have always been slow. Eular's next move shouldn't be so fast, so during this time, I can use elf ruins as a side storyline. According to Alice, Rivendell is connected to the underworld and has many monsters, which might further enhance the player's strength and bring me some life force feedback. The most up-to-date novels are published on Frugnoelo. Hehe, it's said that the underworld is very chaotic, and true gods rarely get involved. Maybe I can feast to my heart's content. Right, there's also Boxed Lunch, if I remember correctly, he should have been captured by humans, he could also become a key in a side storyline. I wonder how players' exploration has been going these days, whether they've found clues of Rivendell. Thinking of this, Eve immersed herself in her consciousness, connecting with the game system, and inputting the term Rivendell in the information query. This was an ability of the game system she created. Upon query, all related content that players mentioned Rivendell would be surfaced in Eve's consciousness, allowing her to quickly understand the player's movements. After inputting Rivendell, Eve thought again and also entered Underworld. Rivendell was connected to the Underworld, they should be related. Soon, Eve received a lot of information feedback. It turned out that the mission of destroying the half-beast stronghold had significantly influenced players' exploration, with many initially choosing to find Rivendell temporarily giving up. However, some players persisted. As Eve expected, based on the feedback, even those players who continued exploring had not yet found the location of Rivendell. But when receiving content feedback on the underworld, Eve discovered something different. Some players seem to have been continuously discussing it. They found clues to the underworld. This is the Boxed Lunch team. Is it Boxed Lunch? Chapter 136. I might have triggered a hidden quest again. After learning of her purpose from the elf girl who seemed to be a thief, Box Lunch didn't hesitate and decisively relayed the information to his team channel. Upon reading Box Lunch's description, the other members of the team immediately got excited. Rescue the brothers and sisters? Box Lunch, for sure. This must be a new hidden quest. This is a life-saving opportunity. Definitely have to help. Wait, we have to go to the underworld too? Are we unlocking a new map? Could it be Rivendell? Many NPCs say that's the entrance to the underworld. Damn. If it really is, aren't we triggering the main storyline again? Maybe not the main storyline, but definitely a new map. I heard there are a lot of monsters there. Kind of excited. Watching his teammates' excited discussions, Box Lunch also had similar speculations. He paused for a moment and replied. Support as soon as you can. Judging by the footsteps, the human caravan had quite a few people. If it really was a hidden quest, he was too weak to handle it alone. The team members looked at Box Lunch's location on the mini-map and replied somewhat reluctantly. Captain, it might take a while. You're too far from us, over 200 kilometers. Feels like it'll take several in-game days of running, exhausting. Teleport to Black Dragon Castle first, then it should be quicker, but I think there's still a 50 or 60 kilometer journey. Box Lunch. He pondered for a moment, typing. Get little Xian Miao, ride the Black Dragon. Black Dragon? The teammates' eyes lit up. That was indeed a good idea. However, only little Xian Miao could convince the Black Dragon to help. If she joined, the rewards for this hidden quest would likely be split. Hurry up, the rewards will be split with the Meng Meng committee. Box Lunch typed again. Seeing this, the team members didn't hesitate anymore. Triggered Quest's captain had spoken, splitting rewards it was. Besides, the Black Dragon was also a powerful force. The few of them had a quick discussion and went to find little Xian Miao immediately. After Box Lunch issued commands to his teammates, the system notification finally appeared in his view. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest, Save the Elves. Quest description, the human caravan has captured the elf girl's companions. You decide to stay and assist her in rescuing them. Quest objective, rescue the captured elves. Quest time limit, unlimited. Quest participants, unlimited. Quest level, 15+. Quest rewards, experience points, contribution points. Accept. Seeing the system message, Box Lunch resolutely chose to accept. In fact, even without this quest, Box Lunch would have chosen to accept. This was the second mission he activated since being captured. It seemed likely to be part of a series with his previous hidden quest Human Caravan. A series of quests often meant abundant rewards. Unlike the previous hidden quest Human Caravan, this quest could be shared as a team quest, so Box Lunch readily shared it with his teammates. His team members were all level 15+ powerhouses, even among all first test players they were top tier, handling this quest with ease. Upon receiving the quest notification, the team members were exhilarated. Damn! We just mentioned the quest and it came. Box Lunch, you're so lucky. Captain, hang on, we're calling little Xian Miao to fly over right away. Box Lunch's team members moved swiftly. They quickly found little Xian Miao in Black Dragon Castle, who was trying to persuade Meryl to give her a few shed dragon scales. What? You triggered a hidden quest? And it's likely a new map. Upon hearing there was a hidden task, little Xian Miao quickly became spirited. She had just earned a batch of contribution points and exchanged for a new, attractive gold legendary magic wand, itching for a chance to try it out. What? An evil smuggling caravan kidnapping the kind and hard-working elves? Where? I must rescue them. Enjoying a back rub from several players, Meryl's eyes lit up and she immediately stood up. She straightened her back, her gaze resolute, her whole being brimming with righteousness. Box Lunch's teammates. They looked at each other. It seemed. No need for little Xian Miao to convince the Black Dragon, it got excited by itself. Once a secret is known by a second person, it's no longer a secret. The news of box lunch triggering a new hidden quest soon spread among the players after visiting the Black Dragon. What's more, this quest was part of a series and probably involved a new map, Rivendell. For a while, all the players were abuzz. Unfortunately, the quest was a long journey with high-level restrictions, and seats on Black Dragon Merrill were limited, so not everyone could participate. Moreover, since the hidden quest was triggered by Box Lunch's team, the rewards were limited. Finally, the participants were only a few from Box Lunch's team, Little Xian Miao, who could convince Black Dragon Merrill to take players, and Meng Meng Committee's vice president, Ku Bird. Adding Box Lunch, it totaled 7 people, with the lowest level member being level 15. Box Lunch himself was the first hunter in Elf Kingdom, a veritable grind master, and held the top rank on the player level leaderboard. This time, Ku Bird also brought materials to set up a teleportation array. After ransacking the Rock Cave tribe, all magic materials purchased from the human caravan were cheerfully accepted by the players, more than enough to make an array. If it really was a new map, she would choose a suitable location to set up an array for players to come and go. As long as there's a teleportation array, players are invincible. Meanwhile, under the strong request of a group of players, Little Xian Miao opened a live stream on the live channel. For most players, although they couldn't participate in the hidden quest, watching the live stream in the game was also a good choice. Many curious players stopped what they were doing and logged onto the live streaming website through the system, entering the live room. Once everything was ready, Black Dragon Merrill took off with 6 people. "Hey! I say, you blockhead, why aren't you moving yet?" Inside the cargo hold, the elf girl looked at Box Lunch, sitting dazedly to the side, and gave him a hard kick, urging him with a frown. Box Lunch closed the chat interface, looked at the girl, and spoke shortly and forcefully. "I'm not leaving either." "Not leaving? What are you thinking?" The elf girl was a bit impatient. "Staying to help you." Box Lunch replied. "Help, help me." The elf girl was taken aback. She looked Box Lunch up and down carefully, sneered, and shook her head. "Come on. You better leave. Being captured by the caravan, your strength is too weak. I'm different from you, I was intentionally captured. I can run fast, they can't catch me, unlike you." She sighed. I can't even sense any power from you, haven't even reached black iron level, right? Just go, don't add to my troubles, you're too weak." She hadn't finished her sentence. Because Box Lunch, in a move she couldn't react to, instantly transformed his fingers into a knife and pressed her down, one hand on her neck. He deliberately leaked a bit of his aura, revealing his black iron lower peak, level 20, strength. "How about now?" Box Lunch's gaze was sharp, his voice low and powerful. Pinned down by him, feeling the terrifying strength between his fingers and the powerful aura on him, the elf girl widened her eyes in shock. She gulped instinctively, her eyes shifting while she forced a small laugh. Cough. "Very, very strong." Her tone became a bit timid. Chapter 137. After displaying his power, Lunchbox released his control over the elf girl. As he stood up, the elf girl instinctively scrambled away to the other side of the cargo box, watching him cautiously like a startled squirrel. "Lunchbox." He took a deep breath, and asked. "Your plan?" The elf girl was slightly taken aback by Lunchbox's words. Seeing his serious expression, the elf girl awkwardly smiled, then said. "The plan is to sneak in and find a chance to help people escape." Lunchbox. Hey! What's with that dumbfounded look in your eyes?" Seeing Lunchbox's speechless expression, the elf girl puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. "I don't know where humans have taken my younger siblings, so of course, I have to sneak in. Don't underestimate my escaping skills, there's no lock in this world I can't pick." She explained as she proudly puffed out her chest. Unfortunately, it was a bit too flat. Lunchbox. He sighed and refrained from furtherment. Instead, he picked up the ropes that had just bound him and handed them to the elf girl. "Tie them back up." Hey." The girl looked at him in surprise. "Do you want the humans to know you can escape?" Lunchbox retorted. Hearing him, the girl scratched her head, let out a couple of dry laughs, and said. All right, you have a point. Actually, I was planning to bind myself again after you escaped, hehe, my disguise skills are top-notch." So, do you think my plan is the best? Lunchbox. He was silent for a moment, then said. I called for reinforcements. After speaking, he pointed outside. There's silver. Silver. The girl's pupils slightly constricted. She veered her mouth in shock, her voice slightly trembling. Silver? Do you mean there are silver-ranked warriors in the caravan? Lunchbox glanced at her, as if to say what else. Lunchbox knew because he had overheard the humans' conversation earlier. From their discussion, he learned that the Soren caravan included a mage of silver lower rank and a mid-level silver warrior. They were the strongest force in the entire caravan. Seeing Lunchbox's assured expression, the girl's face changed a bit, suddenly showing a hint of despair. There are actually silver-ranked warriors, this is terrible. It's one thing for me alone, but trying to help people escape under the nose of silver-ranked warriors, that's too difficult. It's over. If we run into them while escaping, we're done for too. Silver, why would a caravan even need silver? The Soren caravan is so famous and has such deep roots, why would they worry about being attacked? Who would dare to attack them? She rambled anxiously while pacing back and forth inside the cargo box. Lunchbox. He sighed again and said. This is the Dark Mountain Ranges Canyon. Dark Mountain Ranges Canyon. The girl mumbled, then smacked her forehead in regret. I'm such an idiot, without silver-ranked warriors, how would a human caravan walk safely through a dark canyon teeming with demon beasts? After speaking, she looked at Lunchbox again, and seeing his calm demeanor, she became a bit nervous. Hey. Aren't you worried at all? Silver. Lunchbox glanced at her and repeated. I called for reinforcements. So what if you called for reinforcements, we're dealing with silver-ranked warriors. The girl shook his shoulders. Lunchbox. He grabbed her arm, twisted her wrist, and pinned her down. Ow, 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 ow. The girl instinctively cried out. Calm down, and do as I say. Lunchbox said. He felt exhausted talking to this NPC. After her speaking, he added. The reinforcements I called also have silver rank. Also, silver. The elf girl's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily forgetting the pain from being held. Wait. How did Hen tact reinforcements? How did he know silver-ranked warriors? Are there silver-ranked warriors among the elf clan? Who, exactly is he? In that moment, Lunchbox's image in her mind became even more enigmatic. From a clueless block of wood, he turned into a mysterious figure shrouded in fog. At Lunchbox's request, they were quickly tied up again. To Lunchbox's surprise, the girl indeed had a special skill. She nearly perfectly recreated the bindings, but Lunchbox realized that this time his power wasn't restrained by the ropes. If he wanted, he'd break free at any moment. Her skill in self-binding, however, made him raise his eyebrows several times. This guy must have tied herself up quite a bit before, right? Of course, the large hole at the bottom of the cargo box was also veered up again by the elf girl, but the items and treasures taken away, well, they were just taken away. And after they had regained their bindings, the cargo box suddenly shook and slowly stopped. There was emotion outside, faint human conversation could be heard, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten up considerably. Did they reach their destination? Both of them perked up. They exchanged looks and fell silent, though their minds remained on high alert. With the creaking noise, the tightly locked door of the cargo box was opened from the outside, allowing a dim light to spill in. Two burly mercenaries entered the cargo box, each taking one of them, herding Lunchbox and the elf girl off the wagon. And when Lunchbox stepped off, he finally saw where they were. His pupils slightly shrank, and a glint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He saw a magnificent valley. It was a deep canyon, with towering cliffs and a valley floor filled with ruins of various buildings. There were ordinary structures, crisscrossing minecart tracks, densely packed and incredibly impressive, and the highest dilapidated spire was nearly 100 meters tall. All the buildings had an elven architecture style, seemingly ancient, veered in black moss, and severely damaged, the entire ruins tinted with a deep blue-black tone. Along with the dark mountain's black geological features, it appeared extra eerie and terrifying. Yet, despite being dilapidated, the ruins hinted at their former glory. This was a lost elf city. At the far end of the valley, a deep and enormous cave would be seen, with faint sinister whines and monstrous roars, seeming connecting to another unknown world. Rivendell. This must be Rivendell. At this moment, Lunchbox had no more doubts. He took a deep breath, captured a few images, and uploaded them to the game's forum. Chapter 138. The screenshots uploaded by Lunchbox quickly caused a stir on the official forums of Elf Kingdom. It had to be said, Rivendell truly lived up to its name as the City of Miracles. The elven-style tower-like buildings remained grand and majestic even after a millennium. Serving as the former manufacturing and mining center of the Elf Kingdom, the various remaining minecart tracks and vaguely discernible forge furnaces added a steampunk flavor to the place. Coupled with the desolation brought by 1,000 years of decay and the eerie silence unique to dark canyons, it added layers of profound mystery. Crisscrossing mine paths, massive building plexes, deep and mysterious hues. All in all, it was practically the quintessential lost ruins from the fantasy games in players' dreams. The number of replies to the post rose dramatically. Whoa! This ruin is intense. It fulfills all my fantasies about the lost world. Is that deep hole at the end the entrance to the underworld? This new map feels amazing. I've been adventuring in the forest for a while, and while the scenery is great, I always felt it lacked some thrill of mysterious exploration. I'm curious about what monsters are in the new map. The creatures in the elf forest would handle are beaming fewer, while the remaining ones overpower us, and distant places aren't safe. I wonder if Rivendell has earth cave spiders, kobolds, and the like. Let's not talk about monsters. Even Felenqui, which the elves once looted, had so many treasures. As the city of manufacture and, as I've heard, Rivendell was destroyed before they would evacuate, it must have even more treasures buried here, right? You're tempting me. The players were thrilled. In no time, the screenshot post about Rivendell uploaded by Lunchbox shot to the top of the forums. Meanwhile, in the game, world chat channels were flooded with player messages. Lunchbox Master. Start a live stream. Yes, yes. We also want to check out Rivendell ahead of time. Lunchbox Master. I heard you were captured by a human caravan, snap a picture for us, we wanna see what the human caravan looks like. Lunchbox Master. Who you said there's a beautiful elf girl next to you, is it true? Oh wow, there's even an NPC girl, what a lucky guy. I'm so jealous, how about you guys? Fantastic. This sounds like a hero saving the beauty scenario, I really want to trigger a hidden plot with an NPC girl too. Do you really want to trigger a hidden plot? You're more likely just after the NPC's affection, you sneaky fellow. I think he's more after the NPC's body. Pfft, all of you are just so witty. Lunchbox. He took a deep breath and muted the increasingly distracting conversation on the world channel. Beside him, the elf girl nervously watched the surrounding human mercenaries, occasionally glancing at Lunchbox, who was lost in thought, looking at the game's system interface, and pouted slightly. Blockhead is blockhead. At such a time, he's still daydreaming. Ever since hearing Lunchbox mention the presence of silver experts in the human caravan, she hadn't felt right at all. Yet, the blockhead behind it seemed utterly unafraid. Was he truly unafraid, or just too carefree? As for Lunchbox's claim about silver-level reinforcements, she was skeptical. In any case, she was now somewhat regretting her reckless choice. What if? What if this blockhead was unreliable, and they entered silver experts, wouldn't they all be doomed? Imagining then sequences, the girl couldn't help but shiver. After muting the world chat channel, Lunchbox turned his attention back to the caravan. This human caravan wasn't large, it consisted of only 50 to 60 people, with about half being mercenaries. To avoid alerting anyone, Lunchbox didn't try to sense their strength. But by observing the actions and footsteps of these mercenaries, he roughly estimated that their strength wasn't very high. He suspected that most hadn't even reached the black iron middle rank. This puzzled Lunchbox. He found human mercenaries' skills seemed somewhat lacking. Actually, Lunchbox was unfamiliar with the general strength of intelligent creatures in Segis world. In the human world, few would reach the black iron level, perhaps only 2 or 3 out of 100 people would break through to beam professionals of level 10, with many more just at the apprentice level. Hiring professional fighters wasn't cheap. A black iron lower rank individual wouldn't have any trouble finding employment, any mercenary group or caravan would weem him. Segis world's human caravans usually aimed for maximum profit. When herding with mercenaries, they typically hired lowest professionals. Ordinarily, they'd employ numerous low-level professional mercenaries, supplemented by one or two noteworthy experts to hold the line. The reason Lunchbox found the mercenaries weak was that Henstantly dealt with demon beasts and half-beasts. Actually, the demon beasts and half-beasts they were hunting were formidable, and brutal even by human standards. Certainly, while the average human strength was low, humans had strength in numbers, so overall professionals were the most numerous. Moreover, among those who became professionals, there were people who went much further, with the Soren family gaining its continental prestige thanks to such strong individuals. Overall, in terms of raw strength, humankind might actually be the strongest on the Segis continent. The rulers of the Eternal Era were humans. If not for the internal struggles among humans, dividing them into several untries, their combined middle and upper level forces would probably make any intelligent race tremble. As one of the renowned Soren caravan traveling across the continent, as long as they yield muster sufficient defense against monsters along the route and brandish the Soren family's banner, generally speaking, no one dared to target them. Thus, though the goods this caravan transported weren't low in value, their elective strength included only 2 noteworthy silver professionals. Still, silver professionals were already quite formidable. Lunchbox's gaze flickered slightly as he looked toward the front of the caravan. There stood a human mage, luxuriously dressed, appearing around 50 or 60 years old. Beside him stood a tall, golden-haired swordsman. Even from a distance, Lunchbox could sense the powerful aura surrounding them. Silver. They were the 2 silver-level experts of the human caravan. After a while, the caravan stopped in front of a 100-meter tower amidst the ruins. The mercenaries drove the freight wagons into a hidden area beside the tower, then urged Lunchbox and the elf girl inside. After entering the tower, they realized this was one of the hideouts for the smuggling caravan. Unlike the outside ruins, the tower's interior was meticulously maintained, with various amenities well prepared, although the air inside was quite stale, causing the 2 to frown uneasily. Upon the caravan's arrival, a few individuals, seemingly guards, greeted the caravan. Lunchbox watched as one of them approached the leading mage, paying respects, and flatteringly said, "Lord Bliss, you're finally here. They've been urging for the goods several times over there. This time the sum is enormous, without your presence, I wouldn't dare transact lightly." The mage named Bliss chuckled warmly. "The kingdom's been ducting tight checks lately, so we took a detour. We also made a small profit off the half-beasts and gained an unexpected catch." After speaking, he pointed at Lunchbox and the elf girl. "Look, another 2 elves. Lock them up as well, and we'll deal with them along with the previous batch." 2 more. The man's eyes lit up. He eyed the pair, nodded. "All right, I'll have them locked away right now." He waved, and 2 individuals stepped forward to take Lunchbox and the others away. Lunchbox and his companion didn't resist, appearing as if genuinely drained of energy as they were led by humans into the depths of the tower, where, there lay a dark passage leading underground. Urged by humans, they walked down the underground passage for 10 minutes, finally arriving at a deep, damp cell in front of them. And the moment they arrived, Lunchbox saw 7 or 8 young elves imprisoned there. Chapter 139. Those elves appeared quite young, at least, if judged by human aesthetics. The oldest looked like a human at the age of 12 or 13, while the youngest resembled a child of 5 or 6. Of course, with El Moonlight as a precedent, Bento knew that even the smallest-looking elf likely had an age old enough to be his elder brother. However, he noticed that these elves had different hair and eyelers compared to the elf girl. There were blonde ones, red-haired ones, as well as brown and green-haired ones, but none had the grey-black hair like him and the girl. According to the player's knowledge, the elves in the Elf Kingdom were also divided into many tribes, and the best way to distinguish them was by their hair and eyelure. Different hair lores indicated that these young elves and the girl were not from the same tribe. The elves huddled in Thurner, with some of the youngest already sleeping soundly in their companions' arms, though faint traces of tears were still visible on their cheeks. And those who were older and awake watched the outside of the cell vigilantly, their faces pale. Even if they forced themselves to remain calm, they yielded to hide the fear and confusion about the future in their eyes. When Bento and the others were pushed in, they immediately caught the elf's attention. Seeing the bound elf girl, an older male elf immediately widened his eyes, rushed to the cell door, grabbed the bars and shouted, "Night! Sister Nightingale! How did you also get caught?" His voice was clear and innocent, tinged with surprise and worry. "Sister? Sister also got caught?" His voice caught the attention of the other young elves. Soon, they all flocked to the door, looking at the girl with eyes full of affection, worry, or sadness. Sister Nightingale. It really is Sister Nightingale. Sister, did they do anything to you? Lady Sister, are you hurt? Sister Nightingale, how old you also? Seeing those innocent faces, the elf girl referred to as Nightingale heaved a sigh of relief, a gentle expression appearing on her face. She nodded at the elves, giving them a reassuring look to calm them. Get back inside. Stop yelling. Seeing the elves who rushed to the cell door, two humans yelled in annoyance and cracked their whip on the cell bars, causing a chorus of screams. Only when the elves timidly retreated to the deepest part of the cell did they stop satisfied. Humph! Seeing the humans' rough actions, Nightingale widened her eyes. She glared angrily at the man with the whip, instinctively trying to break free from her ropes, but was quickly kicked by Bento. The girl turned back in anger, but after seeing Bento's calm eyes, her rage gradually subsided. She understood the meaning in Bento's gaze. Stay calm. The humans did not lock Bento and Nightingale in the same cell with the young elves but took them to a more secure cell specifically designed for professionals, in a deeper part. This cell seemed more robust and even more secluded. And after throwing the two of them into the cell, the humans left. Once the humans were far away, the elf girl known as Nightingale suddenly stood up. She swiftly broke free of her ropes, pulled away the cloth from her mouth, and immediately started picking the lock at the cell door. The girl manipulated the lock with skill, and within a minute, the heavy lock was effortlessly opened by her. Just as Nightingale was about to rush out, she heard Bento's voice behind her. Are you rushing to your death? As if doused with cold water from head to toe, Nightingale immediately calmed down. Her movements paused slightly, and her clear voice quivered a bit. Those are my younger siblings, I must save them. Bento remained silent for a moment, then said. Wait for reinforcements. After speaking, he pointed upward and then raised 2 fingers, shaking his head. 2 silvers. Hearing his words, Nightingale returned, grabbing Bento's shoulder with trembling hands. I know there's a human with silver level strength above, one of them even a mage. But... Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. Trust me. Bento's voice was deep and powerful. Hearing Bento's words, Nightingale gradually released her grip, kneeling to the ground. Can I really trust you? Seeing them so scared, I'm really worried. They're all still children. As she spoke, Nightingale began to sob softly. Bento remained silent. He hesitated for a moment, then placed a hand on the girl's shoulder to comfort her. Nightingale cried for a while before she gradually stopped. She wiped her reddened eyes and began to tell her story. I hate humans, they're the ones who destroyed my home. After the God Wars 1,000 years ago, the Shadow Tribe split into several branches, and ours chose to infiltrate human society and live in seclusion about 100 years ago. The most dangerous place is the safest place. In fact, our tribe was skilled in sealment, changing our living location along with our identities every once in a while. Although our lives were unstable, we survived. The name Nightingale was given to me by my mother. In Elvish, Nightingale symbolizes beauty and freedom, and she hoped I'd live freely. Nightingale Shadow, it's a beautiful meaning, but how old that be? A nomadic life is inherently fraught with dangers. Later, a family elder, driven Bimpasan and kindness, saved an injured human knight but accidentally revealed our identity to him. That knight swore he was grateful for our rescue and wouldn't disclose our secret. He indeed behaved well and spoke sincerely. Hardworking, humble, kind, loyal, he almost met every elven understanding of a knight. So, the elders trusted him. But I was very much against it. I didn't trust humans. I believed we should silence anyone who divulged our secret, regardless of who it was. However, I was reprimanded by the elders who firmly and naively believed that the knight would uphold knightly principles and not betray our secret. At this point, Nightingale laughed mockingly. How would that be possible? They were humans, after all. After that human left, he soon returned with a group of mercenaries. What loyalty! What kindness! In the face of profit, it's all a lie. The price of a young female elf is enough to make an ordinary person a wealthy man. How will greedy humans resist? That branch of our tribe was wiped out as a result. I watched my father get killed by humans while resisting, and my mother was violated by them. Even I was caught by slave traders eventually. I was in despair then. It was a predecessor, who was also living in human society, who saved me. She wasn't an elf, but she had great sympathy for elves. She ran an orphanage, but in reality, she sheltered elves she rescued from humans. Including myself, and my younger siblings. My younger siblings are not from the Shadow tribe, but they are all poor children persecuted by humans. We hid our identities, staying in the orphanage. It was the predecessor's protection that gave us a S&D home. Although we had to hide and conceal our identities, at least, we survived once again. I was the oldest, and the predecessor taught me many things. I once followed her into human caravans and saved Menimpanians. The younger siblings called me sister, they were very close to me, and I loved them too. Later, the predecessor died in an accident. As the oldest sister, I planned to carry on the predecessor's wish and continue to maintain the orphanage, rescuing elves from humans, but unexpectedly, the predecessor's death raised human suspicion, and they divulged our secret. During one of my excursions, my younger siblings were all captured. I tracked them all the way here, hoping to rescue them, but I didn't realize how powerless I was. I'm such a failed sister. Hey! With tears streaming down her face, Nightingale looked sorrowfully at Bento. Is there really no refuge for us elves in this world? Are we really destined to be mere commodities? Why? Why is this happening? What did we do wrong? Is kindness truly a sin? Does compassion only bring misfortune? If that's the case, I'd rather fall into darkness. But, where is our future? After listening to Nightingale, Bento fell into silence. A moment later, he took a deep breath and said. There is. Is there? With tears glistening in her eyes, Nightingale asked. Even if we are saved this time, it will only be another cycle of hiding and pursuit. We've lost our powerful strength, left only with this cursedly attractive appearance, alluring lifespan, and special physique. Do we really have a future like this? Nightingale gripped Bento's clothes tightly, questioning with a bitter smile. Bento looked down at her. His expression remained calm, but his gaze softened considerably. There is. This time, his voice was gentler. Both refuge and a future exist. As he finished speaking, the entire cell quaked slightly, sending up a cloud of dust. Faintly, the high roar of a dragon seemed to resonate from above. Bento took a deep breath, helping the somewhat surprised Nightingale to her feet. It's here. His aura surged, and his eyes gradually sharpened. Reinforcements have arrived. He pulled out a dagger that he had hidden all along from his shoe. Chapter 140. Rain, Reinforcements. Nightingale was slightly taken aback. Boxed Lunch didn't say much more, kicking open the prison door that Nightingale had unlocked and was the first to step out. Go rescue the others. He tossed this line and then headed to the dungeon's entrance, hiding in the shadow of the stairwell's corner. The entire cell trembled again, and there seemed to be a faint hint of exclamations from the humans. Nightingale's sharp ears twitched slightly, and her eyes gradually brightened. She sniffed her red nose, wiped the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes, and then also dashed out of the cell, heading for the cell where several young elves were held. Sister Nightingale. Seeing Nightingale running over, several elves rushed up to meet her simultaneously. Step back, I'll unlock it. Nightingale said. The young elves nodded and obediently stepped back. An older elf hesitated for a moment, curiously asked. Sister Nightingale, who is he? He looked in the direction where Boxed Lunch was hiding. Nightingale hesitated for a moment and answered. A friend I met along the way, here with me to rescue you. It seemed, she hadn't even asked his name yet. Nightingale felt a little embarrassed. Soon, she unlocked the cell door, and the younger elves were reinvigorated, scrambling out of the cell. However, at this moment, urgent footsteps suddenly came from the staircase at the dungeon's entrance. Quick, get those elves, let's go. Damn it! Where did that crazy black dragon come from? I wonder how long Lord Bullis can hold out. Doesn't it know we're from the Sorin family? Just a mere young black dragon. Stop talking, let's hurry. Two fully armed human mercenaries jogged down, cursing as they went. As soon as they reached the underground, they saw Nightingale and the others escaping. In an instant, Nightingale locked eyes with them. Mercenaries. Her pupils narrowed slightly. Damn. We've been discovered, Nightingale's expression tightened, and she hastily shielded her younger siblings behind her. The two human mercenaries were stunned seeing the escaping elves. Soon, their faces turned vicious, ready to call for reinforcements. But just as they were about to shout, an agile figure suddenly burst out from behind them. It was Boxed Lunch. He held a dagger, his expression indifferent, darting past the two shocked mercenaries like swift lightning. His movements were graceful and fast, the dagger effortlessly slicing through their bodies as he passed by. In that second, a glaring silver light flashed before Nightingale's eyes. Skill double flash stab. When she looked closely again, she found Boxed Lunch already at her side. All right, let's go. He put down the dagger in his hand, calmly said. Go? Watching the unharmed mercenaries behind Boxed Lunch, Nightingale was astonished. At this moment, a long bloodline suddenly appeared on the necks of the two mercenaries. With a squish, a terrifying wound appeared on their necks, spraying a stream of blood. Their expressions still held a trace of confusion, as if they hadn't figured out what had happened. Nightingale only saw them clutching their necks in disbelief, spitting out clots of blood, their bodies going limp, eventually falling slowly to the ground. At that moment, Nightingale finally reacted, looking at Boxed Lunch in shock. She covered her mouth in amazement, her eyes filled with awe and wonder. He just instantly killed two level 15 human mercenaries with a single strike? To be so powerful even under a racial curse, unlike the usual rigid clan members. Who is he? What a formidable and mysterious log. The young elves were equally amazed as they looked at Boxed Lunch. There was a mix of fear and admiration in their expressions. The younger ones were shielded by the older elves to prevent them from seeing the gruesome scene. Vaguely, Boxed Lunch could hear the elves marvel. Such an amazing brother. Could he be the legendary elf wanderer? Feels a bit terrifying. Boxed Lunch glanced at everyone without care and turned to walk up the stairs. Keep up, he said. Nightingale was momentarily stunned, then her spirits lifted, calling her siblings to follow. When stepping over the mercenaries' bodies, she hesitated momentarily, then bravely picked up their weapons and led the other elves to follow Boxed Lunch's pace. When they exited the dungeon, they found the interior of the tower already in chaos. The members of the human caravan were hurriedly packing up, while most of the mercenaries acting as guards were nowhere to be seen. Outside the tower, human screams could faintly be heard mixed with the playful and teasing dragon's roar. No formidable enemies were in the tower. Boxed Lunch's eyes flickered as he gripped the dagger in his hand. Seeing the sudden rush of elves from the dungeon, the caravan members gasped in shock. Elves? How did they escape? Quickly subdue them. Several mercenaries, hearing the caravan members' cries, hurried over from outside. Boxed Lunch's eyes flickered, once again diving into the crowd. His movements were agile, as if in an uninhabited place. The human mercenaries rushing up were swiftly struck at their weak points. Black Iron middle rank. He must be a Black Iron middle rank elf. Quick, go call the leader. Seeing the mercenaries easily defeated under Boxed Lunch's attacks, the remaining caravan members exclaimed in shock. One of the members hesitated a moment, picked up a bag of gold coins, and turned to run out of the tower. Humph! Boxed Lunch's eyes flickered, picking up a steel sword from the ground and throwing it out. The steel sword shot out rapidly, piercing through the escaping caravan member, leaving him utterly cold. Outside the tower, about 20 human mercenaries, under the leadership of the Silver Mage and Silver Warrior, struggled to confront the Black Dragon Merrill. The ground was marked everywhere with the signs of the ravaging dragon breath, and several unlucky mercenaries had already fallen. The Black Dragon, however, was unscathed, flying in the sky, looking down at the mercenaries on the ground with a playful gaze. The Silver Mage looked at the young Black Dragon, unclear where it had come from, his expression grim. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Since the clan leader of the Sorin family broke through to legend and connected with that one from the Netherworld, it had been many years since anyone dared to challenge the Sorin family's authority. Unexpectedly, just a silver upper young Black Dragon dared to challenge them. Damn beast! Arrogant! Bullis gripped the magic wand tightly, his face darkened. He looked at the mercenaries falling around him, gnashing his teeth. Black Dragon, do you know who we are? TCH. Just an evil smuggling caravan. Merrill glanced at him disdainfully, roared Arua, and haughtily said. Greedy, wicked humans. Leave all your treasures. Lord Merrill might consider sparing you. Ahem, ahem. Halfway through, a light cough suddenly came to Little Black Dragon's ear. Merrill's expression slightly stiffened, coughing dryly a few times, and then sternly puffed up. No, that's not right. Greedy, wicked humans. Leave all your treasures and the kidnapped elves. Lord Merrill might consider letting you leave. At this time, Bullis finally noticed a petite figure hiding behind the black dragon. His eyes squinted slightly, then he cast a lighting technique. The dark world was illuminated, and Bullis saw clearly the little Xian Miao on Black Dragon's back. In an instant, his expression was filled with astonishment. An elf. Chapter 141. In little Xian Miao's livestream room, as viewers watched the human caravan confront the Black Dragon, comments began to fly. Tisk, the modeling of these humans is so ugly. I'm a bit disappointed. What do you know? This is called realistic modeling. How many high-value faces can you find if you randomly pull someone off the street? And Westerners just don't seem to have the same vibe. Are you expecting to see long-bearded, robe-wearing Easterners here like in a Xiangxia game? Now, that's really having no vibe. But still, they really are ugly, at best, slightly better than half-beasts. Pfft, we're modeled as elves, how could they ever compare? Speaking of which, they seem a bit weak. They couldn't even withstand Silly Black's first dragon breath. After all, Merrill has already reached Silver Upper. What I'm heartbroken over are those pieces of equipment. The dragon breath just destroyed them all. Sigh, it's fine for the black dragon to attack and all, but it sure doesn't know how to be gentle. Agreed, agreed. The players were chatting animatedly. Bullis had no idea how happily the enemy was chatting on the other side. At this very moment, he was completely bewildered. An elf riding on the back of a black dragon. He swore by the Lord of Eternity, Idio, that if he ever told anyone what he saw, they'd think he'd gone mad from drinking too much fake wine. The black dragon, known as the most despicable and shameless among the wicked and brutal chromatic dragons. And elves, recognized as the most beautiful, charitable and honest of the intelligent races in the Seg's world. How did these two extremes end up entangled together? Bullis's first thought was, could this elf be a plaything kept by the black dragon? Dragons in the Seg's world were known for their eccentric personalities. Besides their pursuit of treasures, many dragons had all sorts of bizarre hobbies. If he encountered a dragon that liked to keep elves, it wouldn't be impossible. However, even if an elf were kept, how could a proud dragon allow an elf to ride on its back? After all, this elf seemed to be quite weak, and as a member of the proud gold race, unless there was a significant advantage, dragons usually scorned letting a weakling climb to their head. Could it be that this was a personal hobby of the black dragon? Did it, like having cute female elves ride on its back? But, that female elf didn't seem very afraid. On the contrary, she seemed somewhat excited. What kind of combination was this? Bullis was utterly puzzled. However, this didn't stop him from trying to negotiate with the other party. Dear Black Dragon, I do not know where we have offended you. You are powerful, and we do not wish to be your enemy. After speaking, he changed his tone. But I must let you know, our caravan belongs to the Great Soren family. We also hope you won't try to oppose the Soren family or challenge the limits of the Soren family. Bullis emphasized his tone on the words, Soren family. The name of the Soren family was quite useful. Generally, if a caravan encountered trouble during their journey, just mentioning this name, even dragons would be cautious. The background of individuals with legendary power, along with possible connections to demigods or even older beings, was enough to form a dragon slayer team. Except for those dragons that hid for millennia, no one would dare to risk their own life. This time, Bullis firmly believed that once he revealed the family's name, the black dragon would certainly back down. After all, this was just a young black dragon. If the family wished, they could easily dispatch a few high-level professionals and harvest a dragon crystal. When the humans stopped to negotiate, the players in the livestream room were also taken aback. They're backing down already. Well, it is a caravan, right? Of course, they'd be afraid when encountering a black dragon. I thought there would be a fight. No, didn't you hear the threat? Soren family? What kind of family is that? Judging by his expression, they seem to have a powerful background. Pfft. No matter how strong their background is, could it be stronger than ours? True. Our boss is the goddess. A millennium ago, she stood against the gods alone. By the way, do you think Meow will really let them go? Whether Sister Meow will let them, I don't know. But given the display of wealth, I don't believe Meryl will let them go. True, that guy loves money. Unless they really back down. The comments continued to flow, and the Black Dragon heard the name reported by Bullis clearly. Soren family. It brightened up a bit, with no signs of unease, but instead a hint of excitement. You mean the Soren family that's stirring up trouble across the continent, smuggling illicit goods everywhere, trafficking intelligent races, and amassing vast wealth? Bullis. Listening to the Black Dragon's unflattering string of descriptors, his face turned somewhat sour. The old mage suppressed his internal anger, mentally noted the name Meryl, and nodded. Indeed, the great Soren family. If the Black Dragon knew them, it didn't matter how it viewed his family, it would surely back down. It called itself Meryl. Merely a young Black Dragon, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with it later. Yet, the little Black Dragon grew even more excited. You're actually from the Soren family. Fantastic. Fantastic. Then, your caravan must have a lot of treasures. Leave it all. Everything must be left behind. The players in the live stream room. See, I told you so, right? Indeed, Black Dragons are all greedy for treasure. Wait, did it just forget about the captured elf again? They teased. Meanwhile, Meryl's breathing grew heavier, and even its large, bell-like dragon eyes turned red with excitement. The Soren family. That was the wealthiest human financial family on the continent. This time, really came out at the right time. Not only could it punish evil and promote good, but it could also gain a huge amount of treasure. The little Black Dragon became even more excited. Bless. After hearing the Black Dragon's words, his face turned even uglier. Where did this inexperienced Black Dragon come from? Did it still dare to entertain ideas even after knowing they were from the Soren caravan? He held back his anger and said. Black Dragon. Do you know, who is behind our family? Meryl scratched its ear and let out a yawn. Rua. Isn't it just a legend? Heard from my father that there's some connection with an ancient divine, but so what? At this, Meryl lifted its head, with an air of arrogance. Humph. Just a true god? Lord Meryl has seen more powerful ones. Humph. Alive. Lord Meryl has even chatted and laughed with the great true god. Even received her blessings, she even arranged for her followers to serve Meryl. Humph, who do you think you are? The little Black Dragon raised its head high, full of pride. Afterward, its expression turned somewhat fierce. Additionally, Meryl wants to warn you. Lord Meryl is a righteous, great silver dragon. Definitely not a black dragon. Even though Meryl looks like a black dragon, it has the heart of a silver dragon. Meryl will eventually become a great silver dragon. Evil humans, your slander has angered Lord Meryl. Now, you must not only leave behind all the treasures and elves but also sever your own 2 arms. Chapter 142. Silver. Silver Dragon? Looking at Meryl's pitch-black dragon scales and skull armor, Bullis was a bit dumbfounded. This black dragon, could she really be out of her mind? She was even preaching justice? A black dragon preaching justice? Moreover, she even claimed to know the true God? By the Eternal Lord, this was the biggest joke he had ever heard. In this day and age, from the size of this young dragon, she couldn't be more than 300 years old, and the true God hadn't walked the continent for 1,000 years. Besides, why would the true God be interested in a young dragon? It would have to be a legendary dragon, right? Bestowing gifts, providing followers to serve. Haha. The true God's messengers were each more arrogant than the last, how could they possibly stoop to serve her? Who did she think she was? The despair dragon Nidhogg. No wonder she was the most despicable and shameless black dragon, lying without even blushing. Bullis let out a cold laugh. However, he also knew that with the caravan's strength, they truly stood no chance against this black dragon. This time, they hadn't brought any secret weapons, and if a fight broke out, the caravan would surely be defeated. He gave Meryl a deep look, suppressing his anger as he said. We can leave all of our goods behind and leave here, but... My Lord Black Dragon, don't push it too far. Otherwise, I will have my men destroy all the goods, including those elves. You dare threaten me? Meryl's expression darkened immediately. Hearing the hostility in the black dragon's voice, the players in the live stream chuckled. Pfft, he dared to threaten Silly Black. Does he not know that Silly Black hates being threatened? She's totally one of those who caves to coaxing but not coercion. He's done for, might as well offer incense for the old mage in advance. Are they really going to let the black dragon rampage? Wouldn't her dragon breath destroy all the equipment? Can't they agree to his terms first? You know, promise and then backstab after getting the goods or something. Agreed, stab them in the back when they're leaving. If we can bluff some equipment, even better. Plus, it weakens them. That's a good plan, and I heard this quest doesn't reward resurrection counts. If someone dies, it's a loss. TCH. Does Sister Meow care about a few contribution points? Sister Meow doesn't care, but what about everyone else? You guys have a point, but what if the human caravan doesn't trust us? Stupid. Let Sister Meow do the talking. The black dragon's credit isn't up to snuff, but can't the elves do it? Wow, you guys have such dark hearts. Dark? It's called strategy. Called tactics. We're players. Seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream, little Xian Meow's eyes twinkled as an idea struck her. Hey, Meryl. She suddenly leaned close to the black dragon's ear and whispered a few words. Phyllis saw that after the elf whispered a few words, the black dragon's eyes flashed slightly, and her expression wasn't as angry anymore. This made him even more curious. What exactly was the relationship between that elf and the black dragon? But gradually, he realized that the black dragon wasn't really the one in charge. The true leader was probably that elf. Perhaps not a leader, but she indeed had the ability to influence the black dragon's decisions. This black dragon, what was her deal? She would actually listen to an elf? Could the elf have subdued the black dragon? This couldn't be possible, right? Phyllis grew even more perplexed. However, realizing that the black dragon would actually be swayed by the elf, Phyllis's worries quickly diminished. Because elves never annihilate their enemies completely. He believed that as long as the caravan met the other party's conditions, the elf would definitely persuade the black dragon to let them leave. If taking a loss meant a later opportunity to recover, so be it. At this moment, Phyllis heard the black dragon's voice once more. Well, all right. Meryl changed her mind, previous terms don't count. Don't count. You leave the treasures and elves, but you must hand over all weapons and equipment. You only have one chance. Rua. It's thanks to Meryl's friend that you have this chance. Phyllis. She actually wanted their equipment too. This greedy, evil bastard. He glared angrily at Meryl. And the black dragon glared right back, uncompromising. Meryl's not in a good mood. You only have one chance. And that's only on behalf of my friend. A moment later, Phyllis reluctantly gave in. All right, you keep your word. As he said this, he no longer looked at the black dragon but at little Xian Miao. A silver upper-level black dragon, was truly not something they could resist at the moment. However, a cunning black dragon couldn't be trusted. But if it were the elves, then it was different. Elves were true to their words and kind-hearted, whatever they pledged, they would fulfill. Thinking of this, Phyllis also let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, this black dragon had an elf companion. If she were truly a frenzied young black dragon, their caravan would be doomed to annihilation today. They didn't know how they got tangled together, but it seemed that this elf could indeed influence the black dragon. Actually, it made sense, only influenced by an elf would a black dragon talk about pursuing justice, right? As long as they had the elf's promise, they would be safe. It seemed, once he returned, he needed to report and ensure caravans were equipped to counter more formidable beings. This setback would serve as a lesson. Brynnis was determined to regain his honor someday. And when little Xian Miao noticed Phyllis's gaze, she was slightly taken aback. However, she quickly understood, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she said with a grin. Yes, we will keep our promise. Hearing the elf's promise, Phyllis finally felt relieved. He gave the black dragon a deep look and called for other caravan members and mercenaries to start removing their equipment. This time, he took note. But eventually, he would make both the black dragon and the elf pay. And seeing the humans begin to remove their equipment, the players in the live stream were stunned. Whoa, they're actually taking it off. Whose idea was that? It's actually working. Ha ha ha, these human NPCs are so straightforward. They actually took it off. Where's the intelligence? Did they pay taxes on it? Are they stupid? Removing their equipment, how much strength do they have left? Villain NPCs have low IQ. Bad review. Trusting a verbal promise? If it were me, I'd demand an oath to the true god. Pfft, you forgot, in their eyes, the elves already have no true god, how would they swear? And whether or not they remove it doesn't matter. The black dragon would wipe them all out anyway. So they trust Sister Meow. Because we're elves. Wow, do elves have such high credit? They'll believe whatever they say. You just realized? It's always been like this. It's part of their character setting. Tisk, what you said gives me some bold ideas suddenly. You mean if we reveal the elves' identity in human towns to stir things up? Oh hey 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 hey. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Don't bring disgrace to the elf clan. The live stream was filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 143. After receiving the elves' promise, the human mercenaries quickly took off their equipment under Bliss's command and placed them together as per the Black Dragon's instructions. And they could only wear simple coarse underwear, shivering in the canyon's cold night wind. After the mercenaries took off their equipment, Bliss was surprised to see a few tall figures suddenly emerge from the distant ruins. Those were actually more elves. They were wearing luxurious equipment, and they joyfully trotted over, then gleefully carried away all the equipment taken off by the mercenaries. Their expressions of delight at the sight of the equipment, especially their greedy looks at Bliss's magic robe and wand, as well as the mercenary corps leader's silver longsword, were utterly unrestrained. The skillful action of picking up the equipment. Who knows how many times they've done similar things, they were like bandits robbing travelers. And their excited expressions, there was not a hint of elvish elegance or composure, but rather like petty citizens hitting the jackpot. Bliss. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen wrong. Were those expressions really what elves would have? For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. Could it be a disguise by another race? Bliss squinted, quietly casting an identification spell, yet the feedback he received was indeed that they were of the elf clan. An illusion? He rubbed his temples. But no matter what, elves were known for their honesty. As long as he followed their instructions, that elf would surely persuade the black dragon. Bliss convinced himself in his heart. He had had quite a bit of interaction with elves. Although mostly on opposing sides, he was quite familiar with the elves' integrity. Elves never lied. What they promised, they would always fulfill. And being the kindest and most life-loving intelligent race on the continent, as long as they surrendered, the elves surely wouldn't let the black dragon harm them. Even if they were enemies. Similar situations had been verified by countless predecessors. The elves' obsession, close to a pathological level, had even become the most effective weapon for humans against them. Lord Bliss, they've taken our things away. At this moment, a deep voice came over. Bliss turned to see that it was the accompanying mercenary corps leader, a powerful golden-haired swordsman of black iron middle rank. The swordsman looked at his taken long sword with a rather ugly expression. Bliss nodded at him, and with a bit of apology, said. Corps leader, my apologies, the situation erupted suddenly this time. After everything is settled, the family will compensate for your loss. Upon hearing his explanation, the leader closed his eyes, reluctantly accepting it. Bliss breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke to the black dragon. We have taken off our equipment. The goods are in the ruins beside the tower, and the elves are locked in the tower's dungeon. Now, can we leave? Leave. Upon hearing Bliss's words, Black Dragon Meryl chuckled sinisterly, revealing ferocious teeth. When did Meryl say you could leave? Hearing this, Bliss's expression became slightly grim. Dragon! Do not push too far. Having said that, he then looked toward the little Xian Miao on the black dragon's back. Elf lady, you just promised us. Upon hearing Bliss's words, little Xian Miao nodded, her face full of innocence. Yes, yes. We will keep our word. Then she giggled. We didn't break our promise, did we? Did you forget what Meryl just said? Previous promises don't count. They don't count. You must leave the treasures and elves behind but must surrender all weapons and equipment. She mimicked Meryl's tone. We never said we would let you go. The previous agreement doesn't count anymore, does it? Bliss. After hearing little Xian Miao's vivid imitation, his expression was quite dramatic. Black Dragon. It seemed it never really said it would let the caravan go. But this was too shameless, wasn't it? Wasn't this deception? In an instant, Belis's expression became extremely grim. You are extorting. Breaching a contract. Elf. Do you have any honor as a member of the Silver Clan? Breach a contract. Little Xian Miao pouted. When did we breach a contract? It's just that you didn't listen carefully to our requirements. Belis. Your dishonesty. How could you be so shameless? Are you still an elf? He looked at little Xian Miao, furious. Where did this oddball elf come from? Weren't they supposed to be the most trustworthy? Was she really an elf? Belis felt somewhat panicked in his heart. They were already at a disadvantage, and now without equipment, doesn't that make them prey beneath the black dragon's claws? Damn it! How could he make such a low-level mistake? Believing the enemy's words, Had I known, I would have ordered everyone to break through. But... who would have thought these elves would really break their word? It doesn't make sense. They are elves. And as he watched the furious Belis, little Xian Miao's live stream room was filled with cheerful comments from players. Ah! Intelligence is too low, has wasted a lifetime. Exactly. How can you believe the enemy's words? A player's mouth is a liar's ghost. Ha 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 ha. He's flabbergasted now, isn't he? Sir. Times have changed. Humph. Evil must be punished, no matter the means. Meryl raised her head, posing righteously. At this time, the players who had just left returned as well, fully armed, and looked at the caravan, laughing proudly. Their expressions, not concealing their glee even a bit, were so triumphant that even little Xian Miao felt a bit ashamed. However, who hides their emotions when playing a game? Moreover, this time, they were not facing the NPCs of Felenqui, so there was no need to consider any image. At this moment, the players were absolutely delighted. They had to know that the reward for this operation did not include perfect resurrection times. Previously, they were worried that if someone died in battle, wouldn't it be a loss? And if they relied entirely on the black dragon to fight, the enemy would be dead, and the equipment would be gone in the dragon's breath. But who knew, with just a bit of trickery from little Xian Miao, these humans took off their equipment. Without equipment, they were like tigers without teeth. Except for those two silver professionals, the other mercenaries probably weren't even opponents. As for the two silver, let the black dragon handle them. The little black dragon of silver upper rank, dealing with a silver lower and a black iron middle rank, even if they put on their equipment, it was more than enough. This mission was really too easy. And looking at the increasingly hostile black dragon and a few strange elves approaching, Belis's expression subtly changed. But soon, he calmed down. He looked at the little Xian Miao on the black dragon's back and forced himself to stay calm. Humph! Elf, in reality, your true goal is to rescue your companions, isn't it? Haha, now our people are still in the tower. If you don't want your companions' lives in danger, you'd better let us leave. Life in danger. The players glanced at each other and burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. He actually says that Lunchbox Boss would be in danger. He he he. Those in danger, I'm afraid are your people. The captain could solo a level 20 demon beast in the wild. What? Belis's eyelid twitched. And at that moment, the tower's door was suddenly kicked open, and a few caravan members, faces covered in blood, ran out, looking terrified and shouting as they ran. Help! Help! Belis instinctively turned his head, furrowing his brows. What's going on? One caravan member ran up to him, panicked. Dead, all killed by him. Him? Belis was slightly stunned. And quickly, he saw a tall figure rushing out from the tower. It was a male elf with grey-black hair. He held a constantly bleeding dagger, and his clothes were also covered in blood. His aura was fluctuating as if he had just broken through, and his expression was extremely cold and indifferent. It was indeed Lunchbox. What an intense murderous aura! Is that an elf hunter of black iron middle rank? Wasn't he a lower rank before capture? Has he advanced? Belis's expression tightened. And after Lunchbox came out, Ballas saw no more caravan members coming out from the tower, which made his heart skip a beat. Wait! There should have been more than 10 people left in the tower, right? Could it be? He looked at Lunchbox, exuding a heavy murderous aura, his pupils contracting. Did he do it alone? Asterisk, how is that possible? Asterisk. And seeing Lunchbox, the participating players became excited. The captain is out. Ha ha ha. The elf NPC is surely rescued. No more wasting words with them, let's go. Hurry up and complete the mission. Haha. Folks across the way. Don't believe the enemy's lies in your next life. Hey, I wonder if mercenaries give more experience points. After speaking, they drew their weapons, excitedly charging toward the mercenaries who had already finished taking off their equipment. And Black Dragon Merrill also let out an exhilarated roar, spewing dragon breath at the two doomed silver professionals. Chapter 144. Nightingale swore that this was the coldest and most powerful elf she had ever seen in her life. Although she knew this mysterious wood was strong, she hadn't anticipated he would be this powerful, and entirely devoid of the typical elf's pedantry. Originally, she picked up her weapon, resolute in her decision to help Lunchbox fight the enemy together. But as soon as they rushed out of the dungeon, she found herself completely sidelined as a spectator. Lunchbox moved like a Shura from hell, weaving through the convoy members and unleashing a massacre. Yes, a massacre. More than 10 humans, and not a single one could withstand more than 3 moves from him. This included even a few fully armed mercenaries. Lunchbox's every move was lethal, showing no mercy as he turned every human he battled into experience points. Wow, so amazing! Nightingale watched his back, her eyes filled with admiration. For some reason, as a kind elf, she should have felt repulsed and opposed to this bloodthirsty style, but at this moment, Nightingale only felt admiration and excitement. Exactly. This is how enemies should be dealt with. Nightingale clenched her small fists with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the entire tower held no standing humans, only the acrid stench of blood. What surprised Nightingale was that those killed by Lunchbox rapidly withered and aged, eventually turning to ashes. It was as if all their life force had been drawn out. At the same time, in her perception, the aura around Lunchbox grew stronger with every kill. Nightingale's eyes widened. Could he absorb the enemy's life force? Just what kind of ability was this? Vaguely, she felt she had heard of a similar power somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. Finally, it seemed he broke through a certain critical point. Nightingale saw a flash of light from Lunchbox, and then his entire aura suddenly soared. Did he level up? He actually advanced to Black Iron middle rank, level 21, during the battle. Just how strong must his talent be? Nightingale's eyes shone even brighter. Lunchbox then chased the last 2 fleeing humans and burst out of the tower. Seeing Lunchbox rush out, Nightingale hesitated for a moment and said to her younger siblings following behind her. Stick close to me. There's definitely going to be a fierce battle soon, don't wander off. Even though Wood was strong and seemed to have powerful reinforcements, there were still 2 humans with silver level strength outside. Those were true middle level professionals. What follows would definitely be a tough battle. Thinking of this, she bit her lip, gripped her weapon, and followed in Lunchbox's footsteps. Just as she reached the entrance, Nightingale heard a resounding dragon roar. A powerful dragon's aura released indiscriminately, causing her to shiver involuntarily. When Nightingale clearly saw the massive figure in the sky, her pupils slightly constricted. A black dragon! Damn! Where did a black dragon come from all of a sudden? Could it be summoned by the convoy members? For a moment, Nightingale's face turned pale. As a representative of evil creatures, Nightingale had heard plenty of stories about black dragons. Every black dragon was a ferocious and vile existence. Nightingale's heart tightened, and she immediately became extra vigilant, protecting her younger siblings behind her, her voice stern and rapid. There's a black dragon outside. Quickly find somewhere to hide. However, just as she finished speaking, she heard the black dragon's excited and joyful voice. Rua! Evil, greedy humans! You plunder treasures and harm elves. Today, the great dragon Merrill will seek justice for the kind elves. Uphold justice in the world. Prepare to die. Rua! Nightingale! Wait a minute. What did she just hear? Did this black dragon just say it would seek justice for elves? Did she hear wrong? Rua! Evil humans! Don't run! Come and face the just punishment of Lord Merrill. Nightingale. Was it truly a black dragon, not a silver or golden dragon? The girl's eyes widened, looking carefully outside again. And what she saw made her eyes widen even more. She actually saw the black dragon fighting the humans. Not only that, she saw several fully armed elves accompanying the black dragon. What was this situation? Since when did black dragons side with their kind? Could this be the reinforcements Wood mentioned? Had they tamed a black dragon? Nightingale was stunned. Instinctively, she looked back at the humans. What she saw made her expression turn strange. Those fully equipped mercenaries in Nightingale's memory, at this moment, none of them wore any equipment. Even the two powerful silver professionals leading them were only in simple coarse garments. Everyone was fleeing in panic under the pursuit of the dragon and elves. Where was their weaponry and equipment? Nightingale froze. The grueling battle she imagined did not happen. What unfolded was a thoroughly ridiculous chase. The black dragon chased after the two silver professionals who had stripped off their gear, breathing dragon breath and taunting them with Ruaa as they played with them. Cowardly humans, why are you running? Don't run. Have a grand fight with Lord Merrill. The female elf riding on its back brandished an incredibly flashy magic wand, constantly chanting spells. She continuously threw fireballs at the two professionals, her cheeks flushed with excitement. With her actions, gigantic fireballs exploded around the two silver professionals. With booming sounds, creating massive smoking craters. However, unfortunately, none of them hit their target. Evil dragon! Despicable elves! Bastards! You have no honor! You've betrayed your glory! If you dare attack us, the Soren family will never let you off! The old mage, with singed and disheveled beard, yelled furiously while dodging the black dragon's breath with his spells. Bless! You idiot! If we survive this, I'll surely report you! The other silver swordsman cursed angrily while avoiding the dragon breath. As for the other humans, they were running away frantically under the elves' pursuit. The elves, while chasing down the defenseless human mercenaries, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! How are we dishonorable? You're just too foolish! And you want to go back alive? Face your death! They gleefully wielded their weapons, hunting down the mercenaries as if they were hunters pursuing prey. Without any pressure, this chase was simply too gratifying. Soon, the first casualty appeared. A mercenary, running too slowly, was instantly caught and mortally wounded by a player who pursued him. His body trembled, he let out a tragic scream, and then turned to ashes under the horrified gazes of other mercenaries. Seeing the hefty experience points credited, the player who killed him felt invigorated. Wow! They're not strong, but they provide a lot of experience. Not any less than half-beasts. All at once, everyone's eyes lit up. Not less than half-beasts. And you can even kill them solo. Suddenly, the elves became even more excited. With loud cries, they intensified their chase, as if afraid someone else would snatch their target if they were too slow. What was supposed to be a fierce battlefield completely transformed. Chapter 145. The mercenaries' strength was not much higher than boxed lunch teams. And without weapons, how could they be a match for the players? They could only be caught up and ruthlessly slaughtered by the agile elves one by one. Nothing felt unusual about it. Your stance determines your actions. Although these mercenaries were human too, the players showed no hesitation. In their eyes, there were only two kinds of NPCs. Friendly and hostile. Green name and red name. Those you can't chop and those you can. For the former, lick the boots, for the latter, just chop them. If one can't chop, call more people to chop together. Doesn't matter what race you are, or what status you have. Not to mention, the ones participating in this mission were from Boxed Lunch's team, each of whom was a battle maniac obsessed with gaining experience. In no time, a dozen mercenaries were killed by the players, their bodies turning into ashes as well. Seeing the experience points in the game system rapidly increase, the players started breathing more heavily. Don't kill me! I surrender! I surrender! Seeing this crazy group of elves, the last mercenary was so terrified that he wet his pants and quickly knelt to beg for mercy. However, the players just chased after him, first asking, "Do you have a hidden task?" "Hi, hidden task? I don't know." The man was stunned, his mind went blank, and he instinctively stuttered. "Then do you have any hidden information?" Information?" The mercenary was dumbfounded, looking bewildered. "Not much use, just an ordinary low-level monster. Take him out for a few thousand experience points." The players shrugged and casually killed him. Surrendering, and he still got killed? Seeing this, Nightingale's gaze grew blank. Meanwhile, seeing the mercenaries being killed by the players, Meryl excitedly shouted, no longer toying with the two silver professionals, but lunged forward and swallowed them whole. "What the hell? Ate them. Man! Lord Meryl, those were 2 silver ones. Save some for us to get the kill credit. Oh my god, how much experience must that be? My heart aches. Such a waste." Seeing this scene, the players chasing the mercenaries were filled with regret. Nightingale was completely shocked. She stared at the elves, covered in blood yet utterly excited, her mind in disarray. Are such ruthless and crazy beings really elves? She had expected a fierce battle, but never imagined that the seemingly powerful human caravan would be wiped out in such a bizarre way. For a moment, Nightingale couldn't snap out of this sudden change. And after annihilating the human caravan, the players didn't stop their actions. Nightingale saw them start looking around for something, and the excited chatter followed. "Right, where's the caravan's cargo?" "In the ruins. They just said it was in the ruins. Let's go, let's see if there's anything good. Time to open the treasure chests." "Open the treasure chests." The players hopped and skipped towards the ruins that Bullis had just pointed out. But Black Dragon Meryl was faster than the players. In a gust, the creature flew to one side of a tall tower, set sights on the ruins, and with a flap of its wings, it tore the roof off. A terrified Nightingale and the few nearby quickly hid in the darkness. Amidst a cloud of dust, 8 perfectly lined up carts were revealed to Black Dragon Meryl. Meryl's dragon eyes brightened suddenly upon seeing it. It sniffed first, quickly identifying one of the crates as having its scent. In that instant, Meryl became overjoyed. "These are my lost treasures. Ha ha ha! Meryl has found you all. Meryl has found you all," the little black dragon cheerfully said as it tore open the carts. Soon, a heap of shining gold coins and jewels spilled out. Meryl's eyes gleamed with delight, it greedily pulled the gold and silver jewels into its embrace, joyously rubbing its face against them, or happily licking the gold coins. So much money! Nightingale's eyes widened in disbelief. How long could this last her and her younger siblings? If it weren't for the black dragon being there, she would have been unable to resist grabbing a piece herself. What the hell? So much treasure! The players' eyes also lit up. They perked up and merrily followed along. However, they were soon met with Meryl's angry roar. "Get out! Get out! Go away, go away! These are all Meryl's! Meryl's! You greedy bastards!" The black dragon glared with blood-red eyes at the approaching players, baring its teeth. Its dragon might flared up continuously, and its throat emitted a growl like a husky protecting its food. Players! Perched atop it, little Xian Miao sighed and tapped the scales on its head with the magic wand, saying, "Meryl, the treasure is all yours, no one is going to take it from you. However, let everyone share the other goods on the carts. Especially the equipment and magic materials, you don't need those anyway, just give them to us. Hehe, we'll take you back and treat you to some barbecue. With honey. Barbecue. With honey." Meryl subconsciously swallowed a drop of saliva. It looked warily at the eagerly watching players, pondered for a moment, then bared its teeth and said, "Rua. Fine. You can come and pick things. But don't touch a single gold coin or jewel. Understand, not a single one. They're all Meryl's. Meryl's. Anyone dare to mess around, Meryl will eat them." The black dragon threatened. And it wasn't just talk. Knowing the players' identities, Meryl also knew they could revive. If anyone really dared, it wouldn't hold back. Upon hearing Meryl's words, the players' faces lit up and they eagerly promised. "Don't worry. Meryl, we won't go after the treasure. Exactly, like we care about money. Yet, we just need materials and equipment. Currently, gold and jewels weren't in circulation among players. Magic materials, equipment, and contribution points were the real currency, and aside from that momentary glimmer in their eyes, the players didn't actually have much need for anything else. Hearing the players' response, the black dragon snorted and reluctantly nodded. And with permission granted, the players happily rushed to the carts, acting like a group of inexperienced bandits as they began rummaging through everything. What the hell? It's all top-grade magic materials inside. Whether sacrificing to the goddess or selling them to NPCs, they're awesome. And there's equipment. Human equipment. Armor we can wear without any modification. All brand new. Though they look a bit ugly, lacking those contribution effects. Be content, this is ordinary for mission drop items. Hey? There's a rune on this armor. It's magic equipment. There's even food? Stuff we've never seen before. Here's some seeds, they seem like grains. Is this spice? What the hell? Seasoning. It's seasoning. Seasoning? That's good stuff. I've been gagging on the Meng Meng Committee's coarse salt. Oh, come on, you should be grateful you even have food. The players enthusiastically discussed, chattering away. Nightingale and the other young elves were stunned as they watched the greedy players. They. Are they elves or bandits? Chapter 146. Are these people really my kin? Are they really elves? Watching the players looting the spoils of war greedily, Nightingale felt her understanding slowly crumbling. Thinking about their bloodthirsty demeanor just now, her heart began to pound. Are they really the reinforcements that Wood mentioned? This, doesn't it just look like a group of elves who are more like bandits? Nightingale admitted that her own character was quite rebellious, considered rude even among elves. Elegance and refinement never really matched her. But compared to these bizarre elves, Nightingale felt she was downright sophisticated, wasn't she? Right, where's Wood? Where did Wood go? Nightingale hurriedly looked around. Finally, she spotted Box Lunch's figure in the tower. Box Lunch, having defeated the mercenaries with his teammates, already returned to the tower. A line of human gear hung on him, and he was still searching for the loot dropped by his recent target. Nightingale. He's picking things up too. The elf girl's eyes widened. Fortunately, Box Lunch's expression remained calm, even when collecting gear. Unlike the other players, he showed no manic expressions. It seemed as if nothing could fundamentally disturb him. Or rather, he was someone who could remain calm under any circumstances. Seeing Box Lunch not acting as crazily as the others made Nightingale feel considerably relieved. Box Lunch seemed to notice the girl's gaze and paused his actions. He stood up, looked in Nightingale's direction, and then slowly walked over. Seeing Box Lunch approaching, Nightingale's younger siblings instinctively retreated into the shadows. Box Lunch. He noticed Nightingale and the others staring at the human gear on him with a bizarre look, stayed silent for a moment, and explained. These are spoils of war. After speaking, he added. We've won, you're safe now. Upon hearing his words, Nightingale's expression turned quite complicated. She glanced at the players still picking items from the crates, chuckled awkwardly, and curiously asked. Are they, your companions? Are they, really elves? This was a serious question. Because these guys, were just too weird. Looking at the team members crazily picking items and the black dragon greedily guarding its treasures, Box Lunch remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Nightingale. She took a deep breath and asked curiously. Then, you all, haven't you been provoked into falling into banditry? Box Lunch. After a moment of silence, he said. Thieves and bandits are pretty much the same. Nightingale. Damn that would. The players fully exhibited the locust-like traits of the fourth calamity. Aside from the treasure taken by the Black Dragon, the remaining items were divided between the Meng Meng Committee and Box Lunch's combat team. Little Xian Miao took a fancy to those peculiar seeds resembling grains, along with spices and magic materials, while Box Lunch's team mostly chose gear and food. In no time, the goods were divided among them. Viewing the players' actions from Meryl's perspective, Eve felt embarrassed. So brutal. If you didn't know, you'd think they were a group of maniacal bandits impersonating elves. It seemed, there needed to be measures to restrain the players' actions when necessary. It was too cringeworthy, really too cringeworthy. Without the constraint of morality or other rules, these players only saw profit, completely disregarding their image. Eve had no doubt that if one day the players officially appeared in Sedge's world, with their potential chaotic operations, they would soon be labeled as evil by all intelligent beings. Wait, come to think if they were called evil, it wouldn't actually be incorrect? After all, the Fourth Calamity's slogan wasn't just for show. However, while Eve didn't mind raising a batch of goons and fodder who enjoyed killing and looting, considering the perception of native elves and the image of the world tree. If necessary, sometimes it would be better to have them restrained. At least, the players' frantic looting seemed to have scared the native elves. As an important source of divine power, Eve still wanted to preach. She didn't want to truly become an evil god. Through Meryl's eyes, Eve saw Nightingale hiding in the shadows with a few young elves. The elf girl's face was filled with complexity. The young elves looked at the players with undisguised fear in their eyes. The little ones huddled together, shivering. With their long lifespans, elves matured mentally much later than humans. So although these young elves were not actually young, in reality, they weren't significantly different from children of similar age except for having longer memories. They were truly frightened. Sighing in her heart, Eve used her divine power to send a system message. In an instant, accompanied by a beautiful system sound, all players involved in the mission received a new notification. Ding! Hidden mission, rescue the elves completed. All players involved in the mission receive 5,000 experience points and 500 contribution points. Seeing the system notification, the players rejoiced. Mission accomplished. 500 contribution points? Not bad, not bad. Ding! New scene, Rivendell unlocked. The system notification continued to flow. With the system's gentle chime, new scene music also began to play. This track was also one Eve had selected from the legacy. Unlike the previous tune, this piece of elven music carried a sense of profound heaviness and antiquity, as if depicting a lost world, perfectly matching the imagery of Rivendell. This piece was titled Distant Memories. It was said to be composed by an elven composer from the Silver Era for the fallen Titan civilization during the Giant Era. Upon hearing the new background music, the players' eyes lit up. The new scene music is nice. Elf Kingdom's music has always been great, I really like it. Me too, me too. As they discussed, another new system message appeared in front of them. Ding! You have triggered a hidden mission, guiding new companions. Mission description: you have successfully rescued the elves, but they have yet to accept you. As servants of the goddess, you decide to guide them back into the embrace of the Mother Goddess. Mission objective: gain the rescued elf NPCs recognition and bring them back to Felenqui. Extra mission objective: rekindle the elf NPCs' faith in the goddess. Mission deadline: unlimited. Mission participants: unlimited. Mission rewards: experience points, contribution points. Extra mission rewards: exclusive title Natural Preacher. A new mission. Whoa! There's an exclusive title? Is it a hidden reward? The players all raised their heads, excitement on their faces. Elf NPCs? Where are they? I think in the dungeon. No, the captain has already rescued them, look over there. In an instant, all the players looked towards Nightingale, who was speaking with Box Lunch. Nightingale shuddered and instinctively stepped back as she felt all those gazes sweeping over her. And then, she saw these odd elves becoming excited again. It's a new NPC lady. Wow! There are even some little Lolas and Shota. A bunch of people stopped what they were doing and swarmed over. Chapter 147. Looking at the strange elves surging forward, Nightingale was startled. What were these guys trying to do? She instinctively shielded her younger siblings, protectively pulling them closer to her, and looked warily at the players. However, what followed was completely unexpected to her. The players' faces were full of smiles, beaming as they looked at her, their eyes shining brightly. Hello, big sister. Big sister, we're here to rescue you, you've suffered enough. Oh, seriously, these evil humans, look at how they've scared the kids. Oh, it's terrible, really too terrible. You've been locked up for so long, you must be starving, right? Come, come. Uncle has some fruits here, all from the elf forest, they taste great. Do you want some candy? Big brother brought some delicious honey candies. After saying this, the players shamelessly took out the berries they carried and handmade honey candies. They wore what they thought were kind smiles as they approached, stuffing it into the arms of the young elves. Nightingale. The young elves. But, the bloodstains from the battle with the mercenaries were still on the players, especially on their faces. The mottled bloodstains on their faces. Along with the sudden, even slightly creepy smiles. This. Not to mention being approachable. To be honest, it's a little terrifying. And a bit disgusting. A few of the young elves were almost scared to death, and the youngest girl even burst into tears. They retreated fearfully, hiding behind Nightingale one by one. Players. Hey, hey, hey! Look at you, you scared them. It's you, isn't it? Who hands out fruit to people as soon as they meet? Did you wash your hands? You still have blood on them. Ha 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 ha. He just called himself an uncle. Ha ha ha. Killing me with laughter. Come on, you've got so much blood on your face, stop smiling, it's really scary. No wonder you scared them. Pfft, ha ha ha. You're the same. Pfft, ha ha ha. Still laughing? Still laughing? Wipe your faces quickly, or you won't be able to regain their favor. Oh no, oh no. I can't help it, ha ha ha, even though I know I shouldn't laugh, ha ha ha, but I still want to laugh, what should I do? Ha ha ha. The players started bickering amongst themselves. Lunchbox. Nightingale. Lunchbox's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he kicked each of the team's members in the butt, speaking in a low voice. Go down. Wipe your faces clean. Players. When they heard their leader speaking, they hunched their shoulders, laughed sheepishly, and then took a few steps back to start wiping their faces. Lunchbox also wiped the blood from his face and then approached Nightingale. The young elves instinctively shrank back again. Lunchbox. He was silent for a moment, then said. We mean no harm. Nightingale looked strangely at the cheerful elves in the distance. She reluctantly nodded, pulling a forced smile. Probably. Probably, I can tell. It's just that these tribesmen seem to have something wrong with their minds. She added in her mind. Finishing her thoughts, she couldn't help but ask. Are you really not bandits? Lunchbox. We are the chosen ones summoned by the goddess. He said. They. Goddess. Nightingale was slightly stunned. What goddess? Lunchbox did not immediately explain but instead asked. What plans do you have for the future? Plans? Nightingale was taken aback, and then realized that Lunchbox was asking about their future plans. She was silent for a moment, then said. Probably go look for a new hiding place. As she spoke, her expression turned a bit sad. The one we were hiding in before has already been discovered by humans, we probably can't go back. But, as long as we're alive, there's hope. Lunchbox listened, nodding his head. After pondering for a moment, he said. Then, why not go home? Go home. Nightingale was stunned, her expression strange. Go where? The elf forest. Lunchbox replied succinctly. The elf forest. Nightingale's expression subtly changed. She looked at Lunchbox curiously, as if looking at a fool. After a moment, she let out a mocking laugh and countered. Go there for what? To throw ourselves into the net. Who doesn't know the half-beasts are watching the elf forest every day, just waiting for stray elves to be caught by them. That place is no longer the elves' home. Her expression looked a bit lost. Wood, no matter how strong, is still wood. Didn't he know about the elf forest? Clearly. Clearly it was also near the elf forest that he was captured. Nightingale sighed a deep breath, her feelings complicated. Home. How long has it been since she'd heard that word? Ever since she could remember, her family had been roaming around. If the elf forest was home, then that home had ceased to exist with the fall of the true god who protected the elves. If home is where family is, then her home vanished into smoke under those human attacks long ago. She hadn't had a home for a long time. No, the elf forest is the home of the elves. As Nightingale was nostalgically reminiscing in sorrow, a crisp voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and saw a familiar figure. With a rare pink hair and luxurious mage equipment, it was none other than little Xian Miao. Nightingale recognized it instantly, this was the elf mage who rode on the black dragon, with strong magic skills, but just couldn't seem to hit the target. Hello. My name is Little Xian Miao. Looking at Nightingale, Little Xian Miao smiled slightly. What a strange name. Nightingale muttered under her breath. She nodded, introducing herself in kind. My name is Nightingale. Oh, it's Sister Nightingale. Little Xian Miao giggled sweetly, then continued to explain. Sister Nightingale, things are different now, the half-beast forces in the elf forest have been eradicated by us. There, is now completely safe. The elf forest was safe? Nightingale was slightly taken aback. Impossible. There's a massive half-beast tribe camped nearby, how could it be eradicated? She instinctively countered. You're talking about the Rock Cave tribe, right? They've become history now. Little Xian Miao continued. Became history? Nightingale was dumbfounded. Impossible. I was captured by them just a couple of days ago. I know some of their secrets. They were backed by a true god, without intervention from another true god's forces, it's impossible for them to be eradicated. Nothing is impossible. Little Xian Miao smiled slightly. After speaking, her expression became incredibly devout. Because. She drew a tree-shaped symbol across her chest, her voice solemn and earnest. Our true god has also returned. A true god? Seeing that somewhat familiar tree symbol, Nightingale's pupils slightly contracted. Chapter 148. I must be out of my mind to follow them. Nightingale moved forward with her younger siblings, escorted by the players. Thinking about the symbol that the elf mage had just depicted, Nightingale felt filled with confusion and curiosity. It couldn't be wrong, absolutely couldn't be. She had seen her elders in the clan draw that symbol many times. It was the symbol of the elf clan's former mother goddess, the Great World Tree, which governed nature, life, and the authority of elves. However, if Nightingale remembered correctly, the World Tree had fallen a millennium ago. And it was precisely the fall of the World Tree that led to the elves' decline. In Nightingale's memory, the family's elders were always nostalgic about past glory, filled with longing for the mother goddess and devout reverence. But, as a new generation elf, Nightingale didn't feel much about the already fallen World Tree. From her birth, she had been wandering. To her, the World Tree was just a legendary existence, a historical symbol. But now, someone had actually told her the World Tree had returned? If it were said by other races, Nightingale wouldn't have believed it, but it was told to her by elves. Although these elves seemed peculiar to her, they didn't seem to have any reason to deceive her. Could it be true? If it were true, then the current situation of the elf clan might really change. Although Nightingale had no faith, she knew how important the belief in a true god was for an intelligent race in the Segis world. Faith brought protection. But, even if the World Tree returned, so what? A millennium ago, the Silver Civilization at its peak was defeated by the gods. The elves had long since declined, could the World Tree really change everything? In Nightingale's view, if the elf clan didn't make changes themselves, even the return of a true god would probably just lead to another cycle. After all, the elves were too stubborn and too stiff, stubborn to a laughable degree. With a skeptical attitude, Nightingale decided to follow the players to see. Accompanied by Little Xian Miao and others, Nightingale and her group arrived in front of a concealed teleportation array. The materials of this array looked very new, as if it had just been built. It seemed not yet perfect, and a strange female elf was adjusting it constantly. Sister Gugu, how long will it take? Little Xian Miao asked. Soon. The magic here is a bit unstable, I need to add a few more runes to stabilize the array. The female elf said while adjusting the array. A teleportation array, hey. Nightingale pondered. Seeing the pondering elf girl, Little Xian Miao smiled and said. This array connects to the Black Dragon Meryl's castle. Once we get there, you'll be able to confirm whether what I said is true or false. The distance between two teleportation arrays was also limited. With the players' current technology and materials, they could only establish mid-range teleportation arrays. The maximum distance for a mid-range teleportation array didn't exceed 100 kilometers, so Rivendel's array could only connect to the Black Dragon Castle near the Rock Cave tribe. Currently, the connection sequence of the players' teleportation arrays was, Elf Town Felenqui Black Dragon Castle Rivendell, somewhat like 4 maps in an online game. Besides, the operation of a teleportation array consumed resources, its operation relied on the magic power in the air and a small amount of magic power from the magic stones on the array. When the teleportation was initiated, the consumption of the array increased. This amount would be proportional to the mass of the teleport material and also affected by its energy. Of course, given the high level of mastery the elves had in array making, their designed teleportation arrays consumed very little. As long as the magic power of the magic stones hadn't been exhausted, the arrays could continue to function. The Flame tribe had quite a few magic stones, and after plundering the Rock Cave tribe, the players found even more in the half-beast's main tent, so the slight consumption of the teleportation arrays was not a problem for them. Black Dragon's Castle? Nightingale's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, it was near the half-beast tribe. Wait, could what they said really be true? A moment later, Sister Gugu finally stabilized the magic power of the array and activated it. All right, it's ready to go. She stood up from the front of the array. Shall we go? Little Xian Miao gave Nightingale a sweet smile and stepped into the array first. Nightingale hesitated for a moment but then called her younger siblings to follow. With a flash of light before her eyes, Nightingale felt as if she had passed through an invisible barrier, and the surrounding air swiftly changed from the cold, dampness of the ruins to a refreshing dryness. Before she could see her surroundings clearly, a bustling noise reached her ears. Haha! The array has started successfully. The new map is open. The new map is open. Let's go, go, go. Wait. Don't go over there first, someone has teleported over. What was happening? Nightingale was slightly stunned. Soon, as the light faded, Nightingale's vision returned to normal. Elves. So many. Nightingale couldn't help but cry out in surprise. She found herself standing in an ancient castle, and the hall was filled with diverse elves, seemingly numbering at least 100. Further away, at the hall's entrance, there was a long queue that seemed endless. Elves. So many elves. This had to be a small tribe at least, right? And their hair colors were varied. Nightingale opened her mouth wide in shock, feeling like she was dreaming. Seeing Nightingale, the players waiting in line to enter the Rivendell map in the hall suddenly lit up. It's the NPC sister from the live stream. I think her name is Nightingale. A new NPC. Wow. And a few young elves. Cute, so cute. I heard the sister is a thief, her skills are amazing. Oh wow, talent. There's a new skill to learn. Hello, Sister Nightingale. They began to greet Nightingale and her group enthusiastically, startling them. Wait. How did they know my name? Wait. I've never met them, yet they know I'm a thief? Nightingale was bewildered. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but feel her face heat up. Honestly, even Nightingale didn't think being a thief was a commendable profession. Being cheered on by a group of people was akin to public humiliation. Thief sister, look over here. I'm a hunter, should I change professions to a thief? Thief sister. Hello there. The players continued to greet her joyfully. Nightingale. Shame. This was utterly shameful. She shrank her neck, shielding her younger siblings, instinctively taking a step back. Don't be afraid, there are companions. A deep, powerful voice sounded from behind her at that moment. Nightingale felt a warm, reassuring hand on her shoulder. She turned back to find He Fan calmly looking at her, his gaze comforting. Companions. Nightingale took a deep breath. They had already gathered so many members of the clan? Seeing He Fan protecting Nightingale and her group, other players began to tease. Whoa! He Fan big shot, you've already got her. Didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shocking. The server's top player is doing this to an NPC. He Fan. Listening to the players teasing, his face darkened slightly as he instinctively released his hand. Scram! He said. Seeing He Fan unleash his anger, the players teasing him shrank their necks and laughed sheepishly. Nightingale. Make way, make way. We're doing a quest. Little Xian Miao said as she squeezed through the crowd. The hidden quest isn't over yet. Jealous. The former rock cave tribe at the foot of the hill had been turned into ruins. Chapter 149. This. Nightingale was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. She remembered clearly, the day before yesterday when she left, the rock cave tribe was still bustling. How could it have turned into this? Did Wood's companions really do this? The answer was already obvious. Because from a distance, Nightingale could still see some tall figures shuttling through the ruins. They were elves, and their equipment was inferior to what Nightingale had seen before. Some of them wore simple linen robes and wooden armor. These elves wandered in the ruins, seemingly picking through and searching for something. Occasionally, she could see someone excitedly start to rummage through and pull out some junk from the ruins, then take it to an array not far away. Nightingale. She vaguely recognized that it seemed to be a sacrificial array. Were these elves offering items to some mysterious being? Wait, weren't those things they were sacrificing just trash? Hey, what you just put in there was a rusty half-chopped kitchen knife, hey. She widened her eyes. Oh my god. Weren't they afraid of incurring the wrath of the mysterious being? However, as the array glowed, the items disappeared. Nightingale. Hey? Did it, accept? Her gaze was a bit dazed. Due to not being familiar with some sacrificial runes to the World Tree, Nightingale did not recognize that it was Eve's sacrificial array. Those elves scavenging for scraps were low-level players who missed the battle with the half-beast tribe. Although they missed out on the spoils, they still sneaked over afterward to see if there were any leftovers from other players to sacrifice to the goddess and earn some measly contribution points. Nightingale couldn't help but take a few more glances, and then she heard little Xian Miao's voice. Nightingale sister, get ready to go, we're heading to Felenqui. Felenqui. Nightingale's eyes narrowed. Felenqui, once the sacred land of the elf clan. However, since Nightingale could remember, she had left the elf forest, only hearing that the holy city of the elves had long been reduced to ruins. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and led her younger siblings to follow little Xian Miao. She was now increasingly curious about these strange elves. In her heart, she had already begun to believe their claims. To be able to destroy the Rock Cave tribe, which had the support of a true god, perhaps there really was a true god behind them. But at the same time, she had more questions in her heart. Where did these people come from? And, their personalities? How to say, when thinking about it carefully, they weren't exactly evil, but they were very peculiar. They were somewhat like humans, seemingly possessing human cunning, but they lacked the hypocrisy of humans, showing a genuine nature. They unconsciously showed all their emotions, and did not disguise their feelings. Their way of walking was strange too. They liked to hop and climb, choosing difficult paths rather than taking easy and straightforward roads. Oh right. Greedy, they were also very greedy. Not for money, but for all sorts of materials and equipment. Their aesthetics were also peculiar, seemingly fond of shiny weapons and clothes. Nightingale observed that most of them wore extravagant attire. Moreover, they were ruthless against enemies. But towards their own, especially Nightingale and her group, they showed a completely different demeanor. Their fawning attitude made Nightingale a bit uncomfortable. Even more inexplicably, they looked very happy. Very, very happy. Nightingale swore she had never encountered such positive and optimistic elves before. What on earth were they so happy about? Always joyful. They were happy when deceiving humans, happier when pillaging, and happiest when dividing the spoils. Even when they saw the ruins of Rivendell, they were overjoyed as if discovering treasure. These strange guys seemed filled with curiosity about everything around them, and anything could pique their interest. Even those elves picking through scraps in the Rock Cave tribe ruins far away were doing so with great enthusiasm, completely beyond Nightingale's understanding. Anyway, they definitely weren't behaving like how elves should. Where did they get all this energy? Weren't they tired? Were they triggered by something? Or, were they simply like that? Right, she seemed to remember Wood said, they were summoned by the true god? What exactly were they? Nightingale became increasingly puzzled in her heart. With these questions, Nightingale once again traversed the teleportation array, arriving at the legendary Felenqui. As the surrounding light dissipated, Nightingale found herself in a wide square this time. Seeing the newly renovated buildings around her, she was a little stunned. Is this, the holy city of Felenqui? What appeared before her was not the imagined ruins, but rather a newly renovated elf city. Of course, it couldn't be said to be completely revamped, because in the distance ruins were still visible. But the wide area centered around the square was already beginning to resemble a city. And what caught Nightingale's attention was that she saw other elves. Yes, elves. Nightingale was sure these elves embodied what she perceived elves should be. They were red-haired elves whose faces adorned smiles full of hope, busily bustling through the city, still working on renovating this ancient holy city. Their clothing was not as extravagant as those strange elves, but simple and elegant, adorned with the elves' unique and intricate floral patterns. In addition, their aura was very distinct, allowing Nightingale to easily distinguish between them and He-Fan's group. These are the Flame Tribe. Looking at their hair color, Nightingale speculated. Additionally, she noticed that almost every elder red-haired elf was surrounded by some oddly dressed younger elves. They were very respectful to the elder red-haired elves, showing a familiar kind of fawning that Nightingale had seen before. Every time the old elves assigned them a task, they'd be elated and filled with enthusiasm. Strange, strange fellows. Nightingale murmured. At this moment, an elderly red-haired elf, accompanied by a group of people, approached Nightingale. Nightingale noticed certain patterns on the person's clothes, recognizing symbols associated with the tribe's clan leader. This was the clan leader of the Flame Tribe? Nightingale's heart was stirred. The approaching person was Philosier Flame, who, seeing the wariness and curiosity in Nightingale's eyes, smiled slightly. It's been a long time since I've seen a child from the Shadow Tribe. Child, I am Philosier, the clan leader of the Flame Tribe, welcome home. It really was the Flame Tribe. Nightingale was somewhat surprised in her heart. She first greeted politely and then introduced herself. Hello. My name is Nightingale Shadow, and these are my younger siblings. Philosier nodded, her gaze sweeping over the young elves' frail bodies and somewhat dirty clothes, then sighed and said, "You have suffered." After speaking, her expression suddenly became devout. "But everything is over now, the Mother Goddess has returned, welcome home. Everything will start anew for us." She turned around, bowed slightly towards the World Tree, and solemnly drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest. Again with this symbol. Nightingale was somewhat surprised. But at this moment, she had completely accepted the fact of the elves' true god's return. If those strange elves made her doubtful, the appearance of the Flame Tribe was definitely no illusion. Miss Nightingale. At this time, Nightingale heard another unfamiliar voice. She turned around and saw a black-haired elf smiling at her. He wore a set of well-made druid equipment, with well-mannered gestures. It was Li Mu. Li Mu bowed to Nightingale and said, "Lord Alice wishes to meet you." "Alice?" Nightingale asked, a bit puzzled. "Alice Wind, the earthly representative of the Great World Tree, the goddess Yggdrasil, and the natural saintess. She awaits you in the natural temple of the chosen city." Li Mu replied. Chapter 150. The night grew deeper, but under the illumination of magical lights and torches, Elf Town remained brightly lit. Nevertheless, because elves inherently had strong night vision, even without lights, Nightingale could see everything clearly. Guided by Li Mu, she and her younger siblings traversed the teleportation array and arrived at the square of Elf Town. As soon as they arrived, they were stunned by the magical city in front of them. At this moment, Elf Town had undergone significant changes compared to before. With the addition of second test players, the scale of Elf Town had further expanded. Now, it could no longer be called a town, it was subtly becoming a city. Furthermore, the players had fully utilized their imagination, making the architectural styles within the town even more diverse and colorful. As if competing with each other, they included all the building styles from Blue Star they could think of. Although the styles varied, the buildings were connected by greenery and gardens, softening the visual impact of the different styles and giving the city a unique charm. Especially each player's little home in the city. Building a beautiful home was a hobby for many online gamers. And this was vividly manifested in Elf Kingdom. Perhaps the benchmark set by the first group of test players for city building was too high, leading the second group of test players to compete in home construction. The involvement of the construction team from the Meng Meng Committee pushed this trend to a new climax. No one knew who started it, but every player was filled with enthusiasm for their home's construction. They fully utilized their intelligence and, according to their preferences, designed their homes, and then, with the help of the Meng Meng Committee's construction team, carried out the building process. To build their homes, lifestyle players even developed new gameplay modes for various magical skills. Things like magical tree growth, petrification hardening for paving, some even used primitive methods to create cement. Of course, the overall style of the city was still dominated by nature, as decreed by Eve. Moreover, when a building was completed, it had to receive the goddess's blessing. In layman's terms, it meant Eve exercised a bit of her power to animate the wood and other materials within the buildings. There was no helping it, Eve was a perfectionist. Since she had animated the other buildings during her revival, if the newly added architectural styles weren't uniform, it would bother her. The city lay at her feet, visible just by looking down. She certainly hoped the new buildings wouldn't resemble a slum. It was embarrassing, not disgraceful to the deity. As players continued building, Elf Town became increasingly prosperous, and the sense of fantasy grew stronger. If your house was too shabby, you would even feel embarrassed to claim you were a player of Elf Kingdom. Apart from that, several tall buildings had appeared in the town, serving as headquarters for major player guilds. Among them, the most spectacular was the headquarters of the Meng Meng Committee. It was a garden-style palace modeled after Babylon's Air Garden from Blue Star. These projects were all massive undertakings, which would be quite difficult if they were on Blue Star, at least, time-consuming. But in the magic-infused Segis world, everything became possible. Here, with the existence of magic, any building you could imagine could eventually be achieved through effort. Moreover, many players even recorded videos of their homes and uploaded them to Blue Star's network. This blend of reality with magical DIY city home construction naturally caused a sensation on Blue Star Network. Especially videos of players hosting parties together in gardens and living rooms, or playfully engaging in games after finishing their homes, made netizens immensely envious. The sense of reality, the feeling of free happiness, could be felt through the screens. Unlike other games, although virtual games were evolving on Blue Star, with simulation games like Minecraft and SimCity emerging one after the other, the construction in Elf Kingdom was more unrestricted and realistic. More importantly, this wasn't even a simulation business game, yet it allowed you to enjoy the fun of living a simulated life. Moreover, the time ratio between the game and real life was 4:1. It was said that you could still put your consciousness into the game while sleeping. The real five senses, realistic food, and the surrounding beautiful forest scenery made the atmosphere of life and fantasy in the game increasingly intense. It was simply a dreamlike paradise. Not to mention, Elf Kingdom was essentially an MRPG. The main element of this game was adventure, the simulation component was only a small part of it. Netizens were utterly envious. Unfortunately, Elf Kingdom had been in closed beta on Blue Star for nearly 2 months, and the officials still hadn't announced a date for the open beta. A group of netizens could only refresh the official website every day, waiting eagerly for open beta news. Meanwhile, they watched videos posted by players on major video platforms, satisfying their cravings. Then they vented their envy in bullet comments and comments. Moreover, the story of a group of Tianqiao players building a dreamlike city in a virtual MRPG began to spread on the internet.